Chapter 117. Ever since Zhongsho's meridians were forcefully turned into a spiral shape by the meridian spirit pill. As a result, the speed at which he practiced chi refinement arts increased exponentially. He didn't need to spend too much effort to coordinate the conflicts in his meridians. When he used his true chi, the pain in his heart and lungs also decreased by a lot. At this moment, with just a thought, the energy in his chakra meridian started to change. The true chi in one meridian was like ice and snow mist, while the other was like a jumping flame. They wrapped around each other and spiraled. Before this, he had the foundations of the 7 meridians of the bodily chakra realm. When he changed to the world-shocking spiritual art, it was like water flowing through a channel. It easily turned into mist and fire, along with the world-shocking true energy of the purple lightning. In just a few hours, he started from the foundation chakra, breath chakra, all the way to the wisdom chakra. When he reached the 7th meridian, the organ chakra, Zhongsho stopped. He hadn't created the cultivation method behind it. The organ chakra and meridians were the most important and the most complicated. If he wasn't careful, he would hurt his internal organs. Zhongsho still didn't have a perfect solution. However, although he couldn't change the organ chakra, he could see the light of breaking through to the next realm. Samuraim's eyes sharpened, red and blue flashing in his eyes, like his icy blue eyes. All the energy in his body surged like a giant wave. It spun and charged towards the organ chakra. After obtaining the Xiantian essence energy from the lightning phoenix egg, Zhongsho's body had a huge increase, and he had a chance to charge in a Xuanwu ancestor or even ascended ancestor. However, the Xiantian essence energy in his body also caused the blockages in his meridians to become even more serious. The difficulty of breaking through had also increased by several times. However, when the energy spiraled, the blocked meridians and acupoints were all forcefully broken through. Even if there were some obstructions, Zhongsho used all the 18 cloud shocking God, destroying sword intents, and gathered them at one spot. With a slight charge, he could break through. He could only hear a series of popping sounds coming from his chest and abdomen. Half an hour later, when Zhongsho opened his eyes again, he felt that his whole body was covered in black sweat, as if he had just crawled out of a smelly ditch. The stench was incomparable. Every time he had a breakthrough in his body refinement, or when a chakra meridian was unblocked, such a phenomenon would occur. However, today it was a little different. Not only was the stench extremely disgusting, but the black sweat also carried traces of reddish-brown color. This was because the viscera chakra had been opened up one by one, and most of the poison and blood that had accumulated in the 5 viscera and 6 viscera had been discharged. This also meant that he had stepped into the 8 meridian mythic master realm and was only a step away from the peak of the bodily chakra realm. Zhongsho sniffed his body and frowned. He directly threw his clothes out of the window and used a talisman to restore his body to its original clean state. That still wasn't enough. Zhongsho made a seal with his hands and used the clear wind technique to blow all the smell out of the window before stopping. When Zhongsho once again looked at the various meridians in his body, he saw that within the viscera chakra, there were threads of essence energy circulating within. His meridian spirit pill had little effect here, and the spiral meridians weren't obvious. The flow of true chi was relatively slow, and there were also many conflicts. However, he could see threads of Xiantian essence energy seeping into his 5 viscera and 6 viscera, improving his 5 viscera and 6 viscera. This is the benefit of absorbing the essence of the phoenix egg. With the help of Xiantian essence energy, after opening up the chakra meridians. With the help of Xiantian essence energy, I will be able to complete the improvement of my body refinement and true chi in a short time. In just a month's time, my 5 viscera will be as strong as ever. The strength of one's 5 viscera and 6 viscera was the ability to resist poison. Even if a Xiantian expert ate any poison, as long as the poison wasn't too overbearing, his 5 viscera would be able to expel it. Next will be his appetite. After opening the 8 bodily chakra meridians, Zhongsho could swallow an entire cow in one meal without any problems. He could absorb spiritual energy through food. It was also closely related to the various meridians in the body. It could strengthen one's foundation, blood, and marrow. My true chi capacity has increased by close to double. In my body, I have 252 open chakra meridians and main acupoints, and less than half of the 132 extra acupoints. The next step is to open up the external chakra meridians. I will need a period of time to accumulate energy to break into the Xiantian realm. As for the toughest part, the skin, Zhongsho wasn't worried at all. If it was someone else, they would need at least a year of hard work. However, he had so much essence of the phoenix egg in his body, and it was strengthening his 5 viscera at every moment. He didn't even need to purposely train. In a few months, his skin, and muscles would be so strong that he could break through to the Earth Chakra realm without any worries and enter the Xiantian Master realm. However, no matter how fast the cultivation of the martial path was, it couldn't be faster than his soul power. Sighing slightly, Zhongsho's spiritual sense entered his Shunshao meridian body. Within his soul ocean, there was still a giant whirlpool. In just a few days, it had grown much stronger. However, all his soul power felt like it was burning. In the center, the 7-tailed sky fox and purple lightning phoenix didn't change much. At this moment, there were some more small talisman patterns in the core of the soul ocean. There were only 10 of them, like an essay, hanging in the deepest part of the soul ocean. They were the seeds of the true spiritual restriction, similar to the heaven talisman spiritual seeds outside. However, the latter was forcefully injected in and formed a cycle. Zhongsho was unable to refine it and truly make it his own. The latter was something he had painstakingly formed in these few days. The talisman represented the heaven path. The talisman represented all the phenomena under the heaven path. These were the so-called talismans. Beneath one true spiritual talisman, there were often dozens of true spiritual talismans. Beneath the true spiritual talismans, there were spiritual patterns. Using soul power to form true spiritual restrictions was the cultivation method of out-of-body realm spirit masters. Not only could it strengthen the soul, but it could also help to purify the soul. The soul of some peak spirit masters didn't even have any other changes. It was just a grand Tao essay formed from talismans. If one used spells, it involved the true spiritual restrictions that were formed within the soul or the true spiritual talismans that were formed later. One could save on soul power and increase the strength by several times. Before the out-of-body realm, the talismans that spirit masters used were all illusionary talismans. After the out-of-body realm, one's soul could leave the body and comprehend the heaven and earth. Only then could one truly understand the true meaning of talismans. This step was the true step into the path of spells. The mixing and merging of various talismans and talismans was the reason why all spells came from. Zhongsho used just 10 days to form 12 true spiritual restrictions. Most of them were related to lightning and illusion, which he was the most familiar with and the easiest to form. However, such talent could be said to be one of a kind. Every day, he used the sky mirror soul shining technique to gather the true flame of the sun to burn his soul. At this moment, his soul power wasn't at the return to sun level. However, in his energy ocean chakra meridians, under the strong vital energy attacks, he didn't see any signs of weakening. In a few more days, I will form 3 true spiritual talismans, and I will be able to break through to the night wandering realm. The lightning phoenix egg essences help towards soul power cultivation was far from the true chi strengthening aspect. Helplessly, Zhongsho's heart realm cultivation in the last life was simply too high. In this life, apart from the outer layer of his soul, which was filled with holes, his spiritual cultivation talent could be said to be top-notch. This was why his soul power advancement far exceeded that of his martial path cultivation. Zhongsho sent a bit of his intent towards the 12 god talismans spinning outside. As long as 3 true spiritual talismans were formed, he could try to refine the god talisman seeds outside. Reaching the heavens in one step wasn't a dream, although this process was actually really tough. Shortcuts were quick, but the path was hard. Zhongsho silently meditated, continuing to try to form true spiritual talismans in his soul. However, this time, he failed several times in a row. Instead, it caused his soul's sea to ripple. He knew that if he continued, there was no chance of success. Zhongsho instantly stopped. He didn't feel much regret as he woke up from his meditation. To form a true spiritual talisman, apart from the control of the soul, one needed to be extremely precise. More importantly, one needed to truly understand the true meaning of the talisman. He thought that since he was a talisman path expert in the last life, it shouldn't be difficult for him to form a talisman now. However, only now did he notice that this process was much tougher than he imagined. Young master, along with a bell-like laugh, Chu Shue's head suddenly hung down from the window. Her body was covered in bird feathers. Her red face giggled. Uncle Lien said that those horses can't run anymore, so we need to stop and feed them. Zhongsho's brows furrowed, immediately stopping his plans to continue cultivating, following which he smiled. The moment the carriage stopped, then Chu Shui didn't need to continue catching birds. During these few days, Chu Shui had already learned to hate catching those birds. The speed of the Windrider foals was close to double that of the cloud-stepping foals. They could gallop for a day and night without needing to rest. However, as long as they were still made of flesh and blood, there would be times when they would be tired. To gallop for long distances, one needed to rest and store up energy. When Zhongsho got off the carriage, he saw that the surroundings were a dry forest. There were still many mountains around, but they weren't so tall and steep. It was obvious that they had passed through the mountains and reached the west end of the Sudian mountain range. Just as Zhongsho's carriage stopped for a few breaths, another red carriage chased up. Zhongsho and the other two all had a tacit understanding to start their own fires and barbecue beasts. On the other side, after Xianyuan Irin got off the carriage, she directly took out bags of green beans from her bag. These were planted in the spiritual fields of the large sects and had a certain amount of spiritual energy. If normal people ate it all year round, not only would it strengthen their body, but it would also have many benefits when cultivating energy. However, at this moment, Xianyuan Irin was only using it to feed the horses, not stingy at all. There seemed to be no end to the contents of the pouch. He took out a total of 10 pouches, about 24 buckets, just enough to feed 36 Windrider foals. Only then did he stop. Zhongsho didn't look at those spiritual beings, only staring at the waist of Xianyuan Irin. He was filled with envy. This was a small heaven and earth bag, something he had seen numerous times in the game. In the early years when he fought for it, he only managed to snatch one after killing numerous people. Since then, he treated it like a treasure. Chapter 118. Just as he was engrossed in it, Li Yunyang walked over and burst out laughing. "What are you looking at?" That was given by the sect leader of the Pill Fountain sect, personally crafted by Old Man Mingdan. You can't even be envious. Even if it was placed in front of you, you wouldn't be able to use it. The corner of Zhongsho's lips twitched as he retracted his gaze. Who knows if this Li Yunyang had reached menopause? She was like a porcupine. The small heaven and earth bag was a space magical artifact. Since it was called Heaven and Earth, naturally it had heaven and earth inside. Within it was a small heaven and earth. The smallest heaven and earth bag had a space of 200 square meters. It was made from the skin of grade 8 and above beasts, and the person who crafted it had to be above the day wandering realm. In a last life, during the early stages of the God Emperor game, a heaven and earth bag could be sold for a sky-high price. It was only when the name of the Sword Emperor slowly spread throughout the cloud world. He had only killed 10 grade 8 beasts to craft a small heaven and earth bag. At that time, the price was still high, and he earned a huge sum of money. In the end, he even got one in the real world. However, in this era, things like the small heaven and earth bag were really rare. Even a large sect like the Pill Fountain sect only had 8 to 10 of them. For Old Man Mingdan to give this item to Xianyuan Irin, One could see that he really loved this disciple of his. He was indeed a little envious. In the future, there were even smaller rings that could only have a space of 1 to 10 meters. However, the price was cheap and really common. Any rich family could afford it. However, in this era, the small heaven and earth bag was the lowest grade space magical artifact. If he said that he wasn't envious, he would be lying. I have heard of the method to craft the void ring. I remember that west of Donglin Cloud Continent, there are a few places where Sumeru stones are produced. One of them is not far from Gantian Mountain. Now that I have cultivated soul power, I can try to craft one or two myself. It is really inconvenient to bring so many things with me. Zhongsho unconsciously stirred the fire in front of him, causing the flames to burn even brighter. Just as he was thinking about what other materials the void ring needed apart from the Sumeru stones, Chu Shui and Lian Fan had already carried their prey back. It was actually 3 grade 2 snow-patterned pigs, one weighing 4,000 kilograms. Zhongsho's brows furrowed. He was interested. He personally roasted it. Although there were many beasts in the desolate forest, their meat was hard to chew and couldn't be swallowed. As for elite beasts like the snow-pattern boar, because it was usually the most lazy, its meat was soft and its taste was also extremely delicious. Using the skills that he trained in the game, in an hour, the pig was roasted to be roasted golden brown. After sprinkling the spices, the smell was extremely enticing. The few people at the side mouth-watering. Her eating to eat meat, in use by in the mouth, her in the mouth, in eating, heard at least at the Gantian. Eating eat to the sea, at lie at. Half of the pig leg was eaten in an instant. However, this woman was not willing to let it go. The meat is roasted well, but as the saying goes, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Not to mention the great heroes of the world, even some ambitious martial masters would not delve into these inferior skills. Xian Yuan Erin frowned, feeling that her words were a little too much. Li Yunyang then looked at Chu Shui, who was still covered in feathers, and laughed mockingly. You're a maid, catching those birds on the roof of the carriage every day, but what's the use of that? Is it fun? As his young master, aren't you going to do something? He is a good martial arts seedling, but he doesn't train hard and wants to play with those birds every day. If this continues, he will be crippled. Chu Shui was already annoyed by this woman. When she heard what she said, she was even more annoyed. I want to play with the birds. What does that have to do with you? The young master wanted me to catch the birds. Even if I am crippled, it has nothing to do with you. Also, I am not playing. I've already caught 60 birds, and now I can catch 168 birds. If it was you, you wouldn't be able to do it. If you have the ability, why don't you play with them? Scolding people with empty words, what kind of ability is that? When he heard Li Yunyang say, playing with the birds, Zhongsho couldn't help but laugh out loud. His thoughts subconsciously went astray. When he heard what she said, he laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Li Yunyang scoffed coldly, looking at Zhongsho with disdain. She didn't say anything, taking 2 bird cages from the carriage and flying into the forest. In just 45 minutes, she came out. The bird cages were filled with sparrows, exactly 200 of them. Li Yunyang smiled confidently. After releasing them all, she stood in the middle of the grass patch. Her body flashed, occasionally catching the birds that flew away. At the start, it was okay, but slowly she was having trouble. First, 1 flew away, followed by 3, 5. In just a moment, there were only 120 birds left in this 100-feet area. Li Yunyang's face was still covered in cold sweat. Her eyes were filled with shock. When she looked at it before, she didn't see anything special about it. Looking at Chu Shui's movement technique, she was only a little stronger than normal mythic masters. However, she was able to control so many birds within 100 feet. If a mythic master who had just reached the peak of 8 meridian could do that, then as a Xiantian master, she would naturally be able to do it easily. However, the current situation was totally different from what she had expected. Her speed was close to double that of Chu Shui's, but she was unable to accurately capture the flight path of these birds. A moment later, Li Yunyang gave up. her face dark and sunken as she stood on the spot. She allowed the birds to fly away. When Chu Shui saw the situation, she giggled. "Look, the birds have all flown away." Following which, she looked seriously at Li Yunyang. "So you don't even know how to play with birds?" Zhong Shou had already suffered internal injuries from laughing, but he forced himself to hold it in. He stared solemnly at Chu Shui. "Shui, shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think that you are mute." Chu Shui stuck out her tongue and continued to gnaw on the pig leg. She had a big appetite, so she ate 2 pig legs by herself. She was only worried that she couldn't eat more, so she hoped that no one would talk to her. Xianyuan Iren was deep in thought. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't help but say to Zhong Shou in admiration, "Did you think of this method? As expected, it is a good method. It is suitable for Chu Shui." Chu Shui's intuition is also amazing. Li Yunyang's face turned green, and after scoffing coldly, she silently walked to the side of the fire and sat down. Her face was dark and uncertain, and under the light of the fire, it looked really weird. Following which, be it Xianyuan Iren or Li Yunyang, they didn't say anything else. After the few of them ate and drank their fill, they sat beside the fire and rested. Zhong Shou sat cross-legged like he was sleeping. The hand in his sleeves was still holding a cloud pattern flying knife. Using energy to wash the knife, using spirit to nourish the blade. Using his spiritual sense as a bridge, he copied threads of cloud shocking God, destroying sword intent onto the knife. The material of the cloud pattern flying knife had pretty much reached the peak of talisman weapons. The sword intent it could carry was 5 times that of the Willow Mark knife. Now that Zhong Shou was at the out-of-body realm, replicating the cloud shocking God, destroying sword intent was much easier. However, the number of knives he carried didn't increase, but instead decreased, and he only brought 4. Although his 6 Gods defensive knife art didn't miss its target, every single slash consumed a significant amount of mental energy. The more focused he was, the stronger the killing power would be. When the sky turned bright, the Wind Rider foals had rested up, and a few of them were ready to move. In the forest in the distance, a flame charged into the sky. At 50,000 feet, it exploded in the air, and it was a pill word. Red flames lit up the sky, visible for thousands of miles. When Li Yunyang saw this, her expression froze. Xianyuan Iren instinctively got up, acting like she was about to run towards the direction of the flames, but she suddenly stopped. Looking at Zhong Shou, she hesitated. On the other hand, Zhong Shou looked at the sky and expressionlessly said, "It's your pill fountain sect's fire talisman. Fellow sect members within 1,000 miles are calling for help. If they don't need help, they're facing a life and death crisis. It shouldn't be far from here, less than 60 miles. Miss Xianyuan, why aren't you going?" Xianyuan Iren couldn't help but look at Zhong Shou in shock. She was shocked at how knowledgeable Zhong Shou was. However, she still didn't move, her expression still uncertain. When Zhong Shou saw this, he shook his head. "Miss Xianyuan, don't think too highly of yourself. You just borrowed the power of the external pill to reach Xiantian. Those people haven't acted yet because of another reason, not because of you. Furthermore, I have Lian Fan and your maidservant beside me. Even if something happens, I will be able to hold on until you rush back." Xianyuan Iren was slightly startled, still unable to make a decision. Although Zhong Shou's words made sense, she still felt that something wasn't right. However, at this moment, she couldn't think of anything. Li Yunyang also stood up and bowed. "Miss, don't worry and go. Yunyang will take care of things here. Fellow sect members failing to call for help is a huge crime. If your fellow sect members are just looking for help, then it's okay. However, if they face a life and death crisis, then..." Before her words landed, Xianyuan Iren was like a light swallow as she flew out. She formed a spell and charged into the air. In an instant, she was thousands of feet away. She only said, "I'll be back soon." Her body had already disappeared in midair. The forest regained its calmness once more. Everyone waited quietly. After a few minutes, Zhong Shou suddenly smiled tying the lightning-toothed sword in black wave sword to his waist. Then, he casually leaned against the giant tree behind him. His expression was lazy as he looked at the forest that suddenly seemed really weird and dark. What was to come would come in the end. He had waited for a full 5 days for this battle. If he didn't use the blood of these small fries to strengthen himself, wouldn't the journey back be boring? Lian Fan had obviously been through a lot, grabbing his weapon right away. Chu Shui and Li Yunyang both had wary expressions on their faces. A moment later, 3 people walked out of the forest, each taking a side as they walked out from the shadows. One of them was skinny, one looked like a scholar, and the last one had a sturdy build. They all had sword-shaped weapons at their waists, but the length, width, and thickness were all different. The one at the front was Ren Qianqiu. He walked over while saying, "Remember what I said a few days ago? At most, in half a month, I, Ren Qianqiu, will take your life. Now, as promised, I have come." Chapter 119. Xianyuan Iren's body rose up and down as she sped through the dense forest. Using spells, 60 miles of distance was covered in an instant. In just a moment, she saw a 30-over red-robed scholar sitting on the ground amidst the messy rocks at the foot of a hill. In front of him was a pill furnace. There was a fire under it, a thread of smoke rising up. Beside it was a spring that gave out cold energy. The spiritual energy around was abundant, and cold mist spread all about. "Senior brother Yuan Ding?" Xianyuan Iren was slightly delighted, following which she stopped, standing 1,000 feet away, her face filled with shock. "Senior brother used the fire talisman to summon me. Why did you do that?" That red-robed scholar raised his head. His face was clearly defined, and his face was the color of copper. At this moment, his face was filled with joy. "Junior sister Iren, you came at the right time. I just picked 3 nether radiant fruits, and in my excitement, I want to refine a few nether spirit pills that can promote the growth of bee souls. In the end, I didn't have enough spiritual energy and nearly destroyed the pills. Since Junior sister came, you can help me control the fire." "Nether fruit, nether spirit pill?" Xianyuan Iren was slightly startled. Her eyes filled with shock as she looked towards the pill furnace. She instinctively walked over. However, when she was 300 feet away, her nose sniffed, her brows instantly furrowing. "Why did senior brother lie to me? This isn't some nether fruit. It is just the smell of the yin lavender and Ming fan fruit combined. The spring beside you isn't the ice, vein-cold spring that can refine the nether spirit pill." As she said that, Xianyuan Iren seemed to have realized something, her body flashing as she retreated explosively. She turned into a red light and charged towards the sky. When the red-robed scholar saw that, he couldn't help but sigh. "No wonder Master always said that Iren is the person in our pill fountain sect who has the highest chance of inheriting his legacy. Maybe your spiritual cultivation and martial arts talents aren't outstanding amongst us, but in terms of pill refining talents, we can't compare to you. This yin lavender and Ming fan fruit was something I racked my brains to concoct. I thought that using it to disguise the nether spirit fruit was perfect, but I couldn't even fool you for a moment." Suddenly, he threw out something that looked like a red embroidered ball. It suddenly exploded in midair, and countless red threads spread out. Shockingly, they formed an incomparably huge cage at this moment, covering an area of several hundred feet. The entire space seemed to have been separated from the rest of the world. The outer walls were locked by countless threads, and numerous talismans could be vaguely seen. Xianyuan Iren took out a scarlet-red wooden sword, the flames around her body blazing. She slashed and charged with all her strength, but she was unable to break through. Instead, she was bounced back by an invisible force. When his figure landed on the ground, his expression was extremely gloomy as he looked at the red-robed scholar. His eyes were filled with anger. Yuan Ding felt guilty and subconsciously turned his head away. "Junior martial sister, don't blame me. This red spider thousand silk cage is something that eldest senior martial brother lent me. Without this thing, I wouldn't have been able to trap you. However, with my magic power, I can only last for 6 hours at most. At that time, Junior sister can just leave. This time, senior martial brother is under orders from his sect. That Zhongsho has a dual meridian body and is unable to cultivate, so he isn't a good match for junior martial sister. Master also said that the mysterious moon with brilliance method has some flaws. Mysterious cloud spirit sect has a mysterious, chill, ancient pill passed down from the desolate era that can help junior martial sister. I had no choice but to do this today. Please forgive me. Xianyuan Irin didn't say a word, turning around and slashing out with her sword once more, causing ripples on the invisible barrier. Dozens of talismans rose up around her body and burned one after another. On the wooden sword, the flames burned brightly. After slashing dozens of threads, it was in a stalemate with the power of the 1,000 silk cage. Seeing that she was still unable to break through, Xianyuan Irin spat out a fire pill from her lips, striking at the layers of threads and burning them. She ate a few more pills, causing the sword glow and flames to become even stronger. Junior martial sister, why are you doing this? Yuan Ding shook his head. Do you know who is attacking them? Yunxia Mountain's deceitful sword Ren Qianshou, Miss Sword Xiejun, Rage Sword Yun Tao. Even among Xiantian masters, they are 1 in 100. Although that prince has a Xiantian master and Li Yunyang beside him, they are far from the opponents of the three of them. Any one of them can easily deal with them. Based on what I know, apart from the three of them, the Yunxia Mountain Lord also invited another person to follow in the dark. Your fiancé definitely has no chance of surviving. Even if you rush back now, you won't be able to do anything. Xianyuan Irin bit her lower lip, fresh blood seeping out from the corner of her lips. She flipped her hand and took out several golden needles, stabbing them into her body. The fire aura instantly rose up, becoming several times stronger. Yuan Ding's pupils constricted. Junior martial sister, have you gone crazy? For that trash, you actually used the crazy demon needle technique. He didn't dare to let her go. Just as he was about to step forwards, he saw Xianyuan Irin looking over coldly, her eyes filled with a cold glow. Yuan Ding was shocked and stopped in his tracks. After thinking about it for a moment, he had an idea and took out several talismans. If junior martial sister doesn't care about yourself, I can't stop you. However, I am good at talisman formations. If I go all out, I am confident that I can stop you for a few more hours. If junior sister continues on like this, I will disregard everything and make junior sister stay here for an entire day. Lady Xianyuan has already agreed to cancel the marriage, and the city lord is also tempted. That mysterious cloud spirit sect Han Nishui was personally chosen by senior martial brother for you. Junior martial sister, are you not going to listen to the orders of your parents and the words of your senior martial brother? Xianyuan Irin was startled. The hand holding the sword couldn't help but tighten. She looked in the direction she came from. Not only did the fire not reduce, but became even more intense. The anxiousness in her eyes slowly retreated, turning into determination. I will respect my parents and master in the future. However, I definitely won't listen to such random orders and do things that betray justice. Even if the mysterious moon with brilliance method has flaws. Even if I die in the future, it is better than being a traitor. Irin's name, when read in reverse, is benevolence and righteousness. This is also my martial path. Without hesitation, she stabbed the last golden needle into the center of her brows. That sword light instantly surged like a dragon. With just one sword, it sliced a small half of the dense threads. Yuan Ding sighed once more. The few talismans in his hand flew out and struck out in all directions, turning into spiritual light rippling. In that instance, the space within the 1,000-thread cage became several times more stable. Those threads that were trained started to heal. Coincidentally, at that moment, an unsteady sword aura rose up in the distance. The remaining energy rippled, and even tens of miles away, one could sense it. Yuanding's brows rose up, joy flashing across his face. As for Xianyuan Irin, she gritted her teeth so hard that they nearly broke. Within the dense forest, the aura was even colder and heavier. Yunxia Mountain Mist, Sword Xiejun greets, Prince Zhongsho. That scholarly-looking male also walked up. The aura gathered, looking both illusionary and foggy. It was like a ball of mist floating in the mountains. Real and fake was hard to discern. Along with Ren Qianzhou's sword aura, it was changing and changing. As for the burly man, he had a sinister smile on his face. I am furious, Orion Tao. I have come with my big brother to take your life. When he walked, he held his head high like a fierce beast, giving off a maniacal aura. He coldly stared at Zhongsho like he was looking at his prey. Lien Fan's eyes squinted. His breathing instantly became heavy and heavy. However, he still pulled out his weapon. It was a bright hook-shaped spiritual weapon. His face was really cold. Li Yunyang giggled, retreating 200 feet away and standing far away. Deceitful sword Ren Qianzhou slightly bowed towards this woman. Are you Miss Li Yunyang? Before this, someone had already informed us. This matter has nothing to do with you. Us brothers will clean up the matter here and won't let Miss Erin know. This Zhongsho and I have some small grievances. That Zhong Weiran also offended my mountain lord in the past. This time we won't let him die so easily. If you can't bear to watch, you can wait nearby. Li Yunyang shook her head, not intending to move. I'm not at ease. It's better if I stay here and watch. In the past, I have killed many people. What kind of scenes have I not seen? No matter what methods you use, as long as this Zhongsho dies, I'll be at ease. Chu Shui was instantly furious, viciously staring at Li Yunyang. Zhongsho rubbed his temples helplessly, thinking to himself what kind of situation was this. Four rabbits, in front of a tiger, discussing how to kill the tiger and dismember its corpse? Weren't they a little too calm? When Ren Qianzhou heard that, he grinned. That's good too. However, my methods are bloody. I only hope that you can bear with it and not spit it out. His cold gaze once again looked at the half-monster teen under the tree. Just as his eyes were filled with killing intent, Zhongsho shook his head. She saw Zhongsho shake his head, not standing up, casually instructing, Sure, 10 miles south there's an out-of-body realm spirit master. Go with me, the lion, and bring me his head. I'll give you 15 minutes. If you exceed it, I'll spank your butt. Chu Shui didn't stare at Li Yunyang anymore. She acknowledged and didn't hesitate to jump towards the south. At this moment, not only were Li Yunyang and Lien Fan startled, but Ren Qianzhou and Xie Jun were also shocked. Li Yunyang felt both angry and amused. To ask Chu Shui to leave now, did he want her to escape? Would the three of them just sit there and watch? Even if there was an out-of-body realm spirit master, how could Chu Shui deal with him? Ren Qianzhou and Xie Jun were shocked. There was indeed a spirit master 10 miles to the south. How did this Zhongsho know about it? Just as he instinctively wanted to stop Chu Shui, who was galloping forward. However, Zhongsho suddenly got up and patted the grass and dust off his body. Then he also pulled out his sword, holding the lightning tooth sword upside down. He revealed a mouthful of white teeth and looked over with a faint smile. Zhongsho, I'm a kind person. I don't know how to torture people. I have no choice but to let you all die. Chapter 120. Zhongsho, am a kind person and can't think of any cruel way to die, much less torture people. I can only let you all die. Li Yunyang instinctively burst out laughing, thinking that Zhongsho was about to die and still had the mood to joke. But in the next moment, he felt a strand of an extremely strong, sharp, and unyielding aura that was mixed with a strand of ghastly killing intent suddenly sweep towards him. Li Yunyang's heart shook. Although this aura wasn't targeted at her, she still felt terrified, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, the hairs all over her body standing up. The expressions of Ren Qianzhou and the other two all changed. They didn't have time to care about Chu Shui as they all looked towards where the aura came from. Following which, where Zhongsho was originally standing, there were only a few talismans burning in midair. His body had disappeared from a spot. He turned into an invisible white shadow, his aura like that of lightning. Only at the tip of the sword, a sharp glow flashed, threads of purple lightning flashed. This sword was astonishingly fast and sharp to the extreme. Zhongsho seemed to have gathered all his strength at the tip of the sword. Just like the aura that the three of them had sensed earlier, it was similarly extremely strong, extremely sharp, extremely tough, and incomparably sharp and domineering. Rin Qinsho's expression changed, instantly turning ashen white. He crazily retreated, the sword in his hand turning into millions of sword lights as he went all out to try and block. He was called the deceitful sword by others, and the sword that he usually used was always weird and hard to predict. Every time his sword slashed out, it would be at a location that others couldn't predict, and he was always proud of that. However, at this moment, he hated his sword path. Under this extremely sharp and overbearing sword attack, he had no way to block it at all. There were no changes, just the simplest direct stab. However, when this sword struck out, it was like a shooting star, allowing him to weave out layers of sword shadows. The sword attack was still unable to stop as it stabbed in. This is sword strength. No, it should be sword intent. That's not right. It's actually a sword rhythm. The Zhongsho in front of her, even after he exploded, was only an 8 meridian mythic master. However, at this moment, he felt as if a heavenly martial master was attacking him. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Just as the cold, glinting tip of the sword was a foot away from his throat, he suddenly stopped. A trace of joy finally appeared on Rin Qinsho's face. Finally, at the very last moment, he was able to capture the path of the sword. His body felt relaxed, and cold sweat seeped out of his body. However, after a short while, Rin Qinsho's pupils shrank to the size of needles again. Zhongsho's sword suddenly flashed with lightning, and the speed of the sword also increased by almost 10 times in an instant. It pierced through the space of less than a foot and pierced into his throat. Rin Qinsho could even clearly hear the sharp sound of the sword piercing through his throat. There was also the sizzling sound of his flesh being torn apart by the lightning. Streaks of destructive spiral energy rushed into his body, destroying the life force in his body. There was also a whirlpool that seemed to be swallowing his essence energy, causing him to lose all his strength. In that moment, they all disappeared without a trace. His knees went soft as Rin Qinsho knelt down powerlessly in front of Zhongsho. At that moment, the figures of the 4 people in the forest were like wooden statues as they stood rooted to the ground. Li Yunyan's mouth was wide open. That mocking smile didn't even have time to recede from her face. She looked at Zhongsho without blinking, her eyes looking like they were about to fall out of their sockets. As for Miss Sword Xiejun and Rage Sword Yin Tao, they were only able to step out 100 feet before they couldn't move anymore. Being locked onto by Zhongsho, a cold, killing intent stabbed into their hearts. It was like as long as they moved slightly or took half a step forward, they would attract Zhongsho's sharp and dangerous sword. Lien Fan was expressionless, but his chest was heaving up and down, waves raging in his heart. His tightly clenched teeth gave out a piercing pain, which was why he didn't think that everything in front of him was a dream. When he was sent by Su Jingyuan to be Zhongsho's servant, he didn't understand why. However, he was a person of few words and wasn't willing to go against his master's orders, which was why he reluctantly followed orders. The kindness he owed in the past had to be repaid. Only now, personally witnessing this scene, did he finally understand some of the reasons. Su Jingyuan sent him to be a subordinate of the Gantian Mountain Prince, not to send him to his death, but to fulfill his wish. With the body of a grade 8 mythic master, with just one sword, he caused Rin Qinsho, who was known as the deceitful sword and had comprehended sword strength, to die on the spot. No wonder Lianxing, who represented Su Zhenyuan that day, was so respectful to the prince, following which he found it amusing. Before this, he felt that Zhongsho's expression was a little weird, but now he understood how the prince felt. A moment ago, the 4 of them were excitedly discussing how to torture Zhongsho to death. A moment later, Rin Qinsho's throat was pierced, and he was dead. In this world, there probably wasn't anything funnier than this, right? In Zhongsho's eyes, how were the 4 of them any different from clowns? Although their words were terrifying, they could only make one laugh. At this moment, he was only worried that Zhong Shou's sudden burst of strength, or did he really have the ability to kill a peak Xiantian master? Zhong Shou held the sword, feeling that the essence energy he had drawn out had reached the limit of what he could control. Only then did he pull out the sword. He allowed Ren Qianqiu to cover his pierced throat, not bothering. He turned around and looked at Yin Tao. "You were called Rage Sword. Why aren't you angry anymore?" Yin Tao's eyes turned red as he hollered. He waved the 7-foot giant sword in his hand and continued to stride forward. He brought with him a whirlwind as he furiously chopped down. As for Miss Sword Xiejun, he had a different reaction. His body floated backwards. Then, he didn't even turn his head as he crazily fled into the distance. Zhong Shou laughed lightly, waving his sleeves without a care. A cold light pierced out, and he similarly stabbed out with his sword. This time, however, it was fleeting and fluctuating, completely lacking the sharpness of its previous sharpness. The person was like a cloud, the sword was like a mist. In the eyes of Li Yunyang and Lien Fan, one turned into two, two turned into four, and it was hard to discern the true form. Even Yun Tao's eyes were filled with a lost and dazed expression. A sword shadow suddenly pierced out from the clouds. With a light stab, it pierced through Yun Tao's left chest and pierced his heart. At the same time, the giant sword heavily smashed into the ground with a loud clang. Yun Tao's body was still standing, using his sword as a base. Blood flowed out of his chest like a fountain. His eyes were wide open, like he wanted to remember the white shirt teen in front of him. Li Yunyang felt a chill run down her spine, unable to believe her eyes. This was the Zhong Shou that she saw as trash, who she mocked and mocked for 10 days, but never got angry. The famous deceitful sword Ren Qianqiu of the Yunxia 7 Swords and Rage Sword Yun Tao died, just like that. Was he dreaming, or were these people putting on an act for him? Instinctively, Li Yunyang looked towards the direction that Xie Jun had left in. When she looked out, she felt a chill run down her spine. Not far away, there was a white light chasing after the person who was swiftly fleeing. It was also silent, like a dream. No matter how fast Xie Jun ran, he was still being swiftly closed in. He suddenly twisted his body in midair at an unbelievable angle. He suddenly turned to the south, but in the next moment, the white light also turned. Not only did it follow closely, but the distance between them was also shortened. It's a flying knife. The flying knife changed direction. Li Yunyang's face was as white as paper, unconsciously grabbing on her dress. She used a huge amount of strength, nearly tearing the cloth apart. She didn't dare to imagine what the outcome would be if the knife was aimed at her. Before her words landed, the white light in her field of vision suddenly exploded out with a ball of light. It was as if a tyrannical and absolute will had suddenly pressed down within the dense forest. At the same time, Xie Jun also let out a cry of shock and despair. Sword intent? Why is it the cloud, shocking, god-destroying sword? His voice came to an abrupt halt, followed by a sharp clang. Li Yunyang only saw Xie Jun and his sword being pinned to the tree by the flying knife. Following which, there was no more sound, and she didn't know whether he was dead or alive. At this moment, she only felt her mind go blank, totally at a loss, not knowing how to react. She instinctively thought back to a few days ago when Lianxing knelt on the ground and said those words to Zhong Shou. In the future, when the prince controls Gantian Mountain, if you want to rule Donglin, we will follow your orders. I will definitely help the crown prince sweep through Donglin. Before this, when she heard those words, she only felt that it was funny, but now she didn't laugh at all. Instead, her heart tightened. In less than 100 breaths, 3 Xiantian pinnacle experts were already lying on the ground dead. How could she still laugh? She remembered that Gantian Mountain Zhong Shou reached Xiantian not long ago when he was 20. This Zhong Shou in front of her was only 13 and was already a grade 8 mythic master, and had the ability to kill peak Xiantian experts. With such strength, how could he not easily control Gantian Mountain if he stayed a few more years and swept the Donglin cloud world? No wonder that Su Jingyuan was so arrogant, but he was willing to be Zhong Shou's subordinate. Then what about her? What was she? A joke? Since he had such strength, why did he hide it? Wouldn't all the big sects in the world chase after him? 19 spiritual houses, 10 shrines. Even if they risked their lives, they would try to recruit this prince. Oh right, there was also the sword intent. Just now, when he killed Yin Taoshi, as well as that flying knife, it was obviously the cloud-shocking god destroying sword intent. And that sword at the start, she could tell that it was just a sword rhythm. But that martial path intent had the vast intent of a Xiantian ancestor when he attacked. The sword rhythm level had the essence of sword intent. And it was two totally different sword paths gathered in one body. They both had high attainments, and there was no problem in switching between them. Li Yunyang only felt that she was about to go crazy. What kind of monster was in front of her? Chapter 121. Sword Intent. It's actually sword intent. Rin Xianshou, who was half kneeling on the ground, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His expression was dark and sinister, filled with despair and self-mockery. So the trash that everyone thinks of is actually a genius who reached 8 meridians of the bodily chakra realm at 13 years of age. What a joke, what a joke. What a joke that Gantian Mountain Zhong Yang actually wanted to fight for the throne with you. What a joke that I, Rin Xianshou, had eyes but didn't see, overestimating my strength. Zhong Shou looked coldly at Xie Jun in the forest, confirming that this person had no chance of survival. Only then did he turn his head and look over in shock. It seems like your life is even stronger than a cockroach. You actually didn't die? Rin Xianshou's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, his brain feeling heavy, his consciousness slowly fading away. His face was even more vicious and crazy. You think that you can be at ease after killing the 3 of us? How can you imagine the methods of my Yunxia Mountain Lord? Behind the 3 of us, there is definitely someone else. Who knows, it might be that Li Yaling us brothers will leave first and wait for the prince to come down and meet me. When he said the words Li Yaling, Li Yunyang's body shook once more, revealing a look of fear like she had heard something really terrifying. The last bit of blood on her ashen white face disappeared. She pretty much forgot about the shock that Zhong Shou gave her before. Rin Xianshou spat out blood, like he wanted to say something. However, before he was able to open his mouth, Zhong Shou slashed over with a sword, directly slicing off his head. Then, he looked towards the dense forest on the left in deep thought. On one of the branches, there was an owl. It was hanging upside down and looking at them. Its feathers were green, hidden in the leaves. Its aura was really weak, pretty much undetectable. One man and one eagle, just exchanging glances for a moment. Zhong Shou's face was filled with a smile. Their horse carriage descended here. Almost all the birds and beasts within 1,000 feet radius had already fled and disappeared without a trace. Only one owl was left here. Wasn't that weird? That owl's eyes shone, and in the next moment it flew into the air. Its body swelled up by 10 times, fanning a giant wind as it tried to fly into the distance. With just a wave of his hand, he was able to travel over 7,000 feet. Zhong Shou shook his head. The lightning tooth sword in his hand was thrown out. It turned into a purple light flashing in the air, piercing through the owl. With a mournful cry, the giant bird in the sky immediately fell to the ground. Zhong Shou didn't look carefully, only waiting for the bird to land before he reached out with his hand. Zhong Shou, Shou's corpse, and Shou's. Samurai was filled with doubt as he looked at Li Yunyang, who was in a daze. Who is that Li Yaling? Why haven't I heard of him? To be able to make Li Yunyang, a Xiantian master, so terrified, he should be really famous. However, no matter how hard Zhong Shou tried, searching his memories, he couldn't find any information about this person. That Zhong Shou was ignorant and didn't know. Tens of thousands of years later, whether it was the historical books in the real world or the game god Emperor, which was based on everything that happened in this era, there was no such person as Li Yaling. Was this person a martial ancestor expert? Li Yunyang came back to her senses, scoffing coldly. Her face was green, and she didn't want to reply. With what happened just now, she asked herself, no matter how servile she was now, this Gantian mountain prince wouldn't let her have a good time. She might as well have been more firm from the start. Following which Zhong Shou calmly raised the lightning tooth sword to his lips and blew. The human blood and eagle blood on the sword dripped down one after another. The green-white sword light shone on Zhong Shou's smiling face, making it look really dark. Li Yunyang's heart jumped. She thought about it and didn't dare to persist. You haven't heard of Li Yaling, but have you heard of the 100,000 blood killer Li Yunhong? Li Yaling is his new name. This person believes in the killing path, saying that as long as he kills 100,000 people, his martial path will be completed and he will be invincible. This person started out at the age of 12, and in a short 6 years, he killed people like flies. It was said that no less than 10,000 people died in his hands. It was also said that half a year ago, after he advanced to Xiantian, the first thing he did was kill his own mother, wife, and son. Then he changed his name to Li Yaling. Only recently did he restrain himself a little. However, the people he killed were all martial artists and spirit masters. His actions were unrestrained. Everywhere he went, as long as he was in the mood, he would kill people as a sacrifice to his sword. Lien Fan was also puzzled. When he heard what was said, his expression changed. He didn't have much of a reaction to the name Li Yaling, but he had an intense reaction to the name Li Yunhong. Green veins popped out on his hands and neck. His eyes shone brightly, like he was trying his best to suppress his raging emotions. Zhong Shou was also shocked, killing no less than 10,000 people, killing his mother and wife. There is actually such a vicious person in the world. Just from the sound of it, one felt that he was really strong. If he really had such a vicious belief, and what he believed in was the killing path, then this Li Yaling strength was most probably extremely strong. Speaking of which, although his martial path was said to be compatible with hundreds of schools of thought, he hadn't merged in any of these bloodthirsty and evil paths. His expression slowly turned serious. Zhong Shou's eyes showed that he was deep in thought. Then this Li Yaling is already at the martial ancestor realm. At most, he is at the peak of Xiantian. Li Yunyang shook her head slightly. Looking at Zhong Shou's serious expression, for some reason, she felt a little happy. When she spoke, she unknowingly returned to her mocking tone. However, the number of martial ancestors that died under his sword is already 20. Although Ren Qianqiu and the other two are not bad, in front of him, they are nothing. This person offended a few Xuanwu ancestors in the past and was saved by the Yunxiao Mountain Lord. Since then, he has been protected by Yunxiao Mountain. However, he is arrogant and doesn't like to be restricted. In these few years, he has only helped Yunxiao Mountain a few times. Even if Yunxiao Mountain has a backup plan, it probably won't be him. As she said that, Li Yunyang coldly stared at Zhong Shou, her eyes filled with disdain. The prince hides his strength, and his sword path is really strong. However, you better pray that the person that the Yunxiao Mountain Lord sends isn't him. With your little ability, he can kill you like a dog. Before she finished, a laugh broke out in the forest. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. However, this time you have guessed wrongly. Today, the person who came as me, Li Yaling. That voice was filled with the immaturity of a teen and also the magnetism of an adult. However, when she heard it, she felt that it was really sharp. Li Yunyang's breathing stopped. Even her heart nearly stopped. She bit her lips and looked toward where the voice came from, only to see a blood-robed teen step out of the forest. Around 18 years old, his face was unnaturally red like he was having a high fever. His eyes were sometimes crazed and sometimes incomparably cold. He had a few scented bags on his body, which should have been the smell. However, when the smell spread over, it was a pungent smell of blood. Li Yaling first looked at the corpse of the giant eagle and regretfully shook his head. I spent so much effort to find a spirit beast, and it died just like that. What a waste. Do you know how difficult it is for us martial artists to find a protector spirit beast like spirit masters? How big of a price do we have to pay? His expression was filled with regret. Then his eyes turned maniacal as he looked at Zhong Shou with a burning gaze. However, it isn't much. Today, The most fortunate thing for me is to meet you, Zhongshou. I feel that as long as I kill you, it is enough to kill 3,000 people. It is enough to compare to my wife and children. Hee hee. Li Yaling, can kill less people. Isn't that a good thing? Zhongshou smiled lazily, squinting his long and narrow phoenix eyes. He didn't want to speak to this person. For someone like Li Yaling, who was so heartless, it was likely that he had some mental problems. Talking to these people was just a waste of time. Although he killed people without blinking, he had a reason for doing so. However, this person did it based on his own interests. He didn't purely use killing to prove his Tao, but to merge his entire person into the killing Tao. No matter what, a battle was unavoidable today, so why speak more? The sword in his hand shone with a lightning glow. Li Yaling's eyes also flashed with an icy blue light. A blood-colored sword suddenly rose into the air. Li Yaling chuckled and took a step forward. Then, he seemed to have transformed into a wolf, bringing with him vast killing intent as he flashed forward. His speed was several times faster than when Zhongshou killed Ren Qianqiu. When he looked, he was 300 feet away, but before he could blink, he was already 2 inches away from Zhongshou. They were pretty much face to face. A blood-colored arc swept over. Lien Fan's pupils constricted. He was unable to react in time. As for Li Yunyang, she clenched her fists, suppressing her nervous heart, just as the two of them thought that Zhongshou was going to die. Another black sword light rose up from the side of Zhongshou's waist. It didn't rely on human strength, rising into the air and stabbing toward Li Yaling's neck. The sword speed was also extremely quick, and it was extremely nimble. Stabbing in from the inside of the blood-colored arc, Li Yaling's expression changed slightly, and he retreated without hesitation, holding the blood sword horizontally in front of his neck. With a ding, the black spiritual sword bounced to the side. Then, an explosive roar spread out from the side. A giant silver bear suddenly appeared by the side of Zhongshou. It opened its bloody mouth, and its 2 rows of nail-like, sharp teeth bit over. At this moment, Li Yunyang looked as if she was already dead. To be able to drive a sword in the air and control a grade 4 spirit beast, this was obviously the skill of a spirit master. Her mind moved, and she finally remembered the few spiritual talismans that were burning before Zhongshou killed Ren Qianqiu. Why didn't she notice it then? This Gantia Mountain Prince was not only a grade 8 mythic master, but he was also an out-of-body realm spirit master. Chapter 122. Within the space that was wrapped up by numerous threads, a ball of flame was surging, burning the red spider silk that was growing continuously. The fire-colored sword energy stabbed into the invisible barrier, giving out a sizzling sound. However, it was unable to totally pierce through. At this moment, Xianyuan Irin had bitten her lower lip open. Her face was sunken like ice, and she was extremely weak. The golden needles that were stabbed into the major acupoints around her body were shaking. Only those 2 cold star-like eyes were still as cold as the edge of a blade, as resolute as before. Yuan Ding smiled helplessly and shook his head. A bright moon suddenly rose above his head, giving out a cold glow. In just that instance, it caused the fire around Xianyuan Irin to be suppressed by a large amount. Just as he was about to speak, his brows furrowed as he looked towards the south. That Ren Qianqiu's aura seems to have disappeared. How quick! Following which he felt that something wasn't right. Yuan Ding's expression changed, his face filled with shock and confusion. Ren Qianqiu's aura had not been withdrawn after the matter had been resolved. Instead, it had completely disappeared from his spiritual perception. It was clean and did not leave behind a single trace. A moment ago, it started to explode, and a moment later, it was totally gone. At the same time, another aura that appeared and disappeared abruptly caused him to be alarmed as well. Xianyuan Irin's eyes were filled with confusion and anxiousness. Senior brother, no matter if that Ren Qianqiu is dead or alive, the matter over there is already ended. Why aren't you letting me go? Do you want me to hate you for the rest of my life? Yuan Ding hesitated. Just as he was hesitating and unable to make a decision, his expression changed once more. His eyes were filled with shock as he took in a deep, cold breath. Who is this? What a thick, killing intent. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something as Yuan Ding shook his head solemnly. Sorry, Junior sister. Since this person personally attacked, there must have been an accident over there. This person is murderous and has gone mad. Although I can control him, I may not be able to protect you. Junior sister should just stay here and wait for the outcome. Xinyuan Irin was startled. In the next moment, her expression changed. That crazy person came? That 100,000 blood killer Li Yunhong from Yunxia Mountain? That's him. Yuan Ding nodded slightly. His gaze was also incomparably complicated as he smiled helplessly. However, he has changed his name. You should call him Li Yaling. Xinyuan Irin didn't say anything else, gritting her teeth. Suddenly, he took out a red pill from the small heaven and earth bag. Without waiting for Yuan Tian to react, he slapped it into his mouth. In just an instant, his face was dyed with a layer of red. The porcelain-like skin all over his body was actually cracking open with traces of blood. However, the power of the sword was several times stronger. With just a few sword strikes, 80% of the threads were sliced apart. The invisible barrier also seemed to be burning. Yuan Dan, who was behind them, opened his mouth in surprise. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. After a long while, it turned into a bitter laugh. Minor burning origin pill. Why would Master give this to you? Junior martial sister, why do you have to do this? With Li Yaling around, how could Zhongshou have any chance of survival? Junior martial sister, if you rush over now, not only would it be useless, but you might even lose your life. Seeing Xinyuan Irin not bother, Yuan Dan thought about it for a moment before casting a spell, causing the area covered by the 1,000-thread cage to shrink by a few times. Then, with a flash, he appeared beside Xinyuan Irin. Waving his sleeves, a ball of dark and cold soul power surged out. After it spread out, it instantly stretched out like vines, wrapping towards Xinyuan Irin from all directions. His eyes, however, were fixed on the south. He was a little surprised. That deceitful sword Ren Qianshou, Miss Sword Xiejun, Rage Sword Yin Tao were all famous for many years and weren't weak. The former comprehended the strength of the martial path and could break through to the martial ancestor realm at any moment. Just now, who was it that attacked? He actually dealt with the three of them so quickly. He also felt pity that he offended that 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling. This person was really unlucky. Unfortunately, the maid beside Xinyuan Irin was most probably going to die. At this moment, in the dense forest 60 miles away, Li Yaling's head was covered in cold sweat. The blood sword slashed out diagonally, blocking the path of the silver bear. He saw a silver light appear at the center of the silver bear's brows. Li Yaling's body retreated once more, crazily retreating towards the dense forest behind him. That blood-colored sword light pierced out once more. It was extremely dangerous. Only then did he push aside the silver awl. Then, his field of vision was filled with Zhongshou's body, as well as a cold, glowing sword tip. It was extremely sharp and swift to the extreme. The moment it entered his eyes, it was already inches away. Purple lightning flashed. In that instance, the tip of the lightning-toothed sword seemed to have become the only source of light in this dense forest. It caused the morning glow that appeared in the sky and the moon that hadn't disappeared yet to shine. It was like the entire world was only left with this sword in front of him. Li Yaling's eyes opened wide. Then the meridians in his right wrist exploded. Numerous blood seemed to have a life of its own as it wrapped towards the blood sword. A sword flashed out, and with a light ding, just as it was about to pierce through his brain, the lightning-toothed sword was pushed aside. Then, in an instant, the sword was like rain, the sword attack sweeping back. The close to crazy blood-colored sword shadow seemed like it wanted to slice this half-monster teen into millions of pieces. Zhongshou couldn't help but laugh in pity, his left hand forming another seal. A cloud of mist immediately gathered around his body and shrouded him. The sword attack of his body also became indiscernible. Within the blood-colored sword shadow, it moved about unpredictably. Then, just as his body was about to be swallowed by the bloodlight, that black wave sword that was pushed aside once more pierced through the air. It stabbed in from a most unbelievable angle. The sword attack was mysterious and indiscernible, giving one a feeling like the dead Rin Qianqiu had come back to life. It was even much more cunning than this deceitful sword. That blood-colored sword's shadow suddenly stopped. Li Yaling scoffed coldly, his body retreating once more, avoiding the giant silver bear that was pouncing over. The tip of his foot tapped as he flew up. Then, numerous blood-colored sword lights crazily charged down once more. Only at this moment did Li Yunyang come back to her senses from a shock. Her mind was at a loss once more as she unconsciously looked forward. The speed at which the two figures moved from time to time was extremely fast. In just a short period of time, they had already switched between offense and defense more than 10 times. Li Yaling's sword attack was simple and direct, but it was like it was born to kill. Although it didn't have any changes, it was more swift and tough to block than any exquisite sword technique. Zhong Shou stood in front of the blood-colored sword shadow, like a lone boat in a storm, moving up and down with the waves. However, he didn't show any signs of weakness. Even if the sword light was heavy and the waves surged, it couldn't cause this lone boat to be in danger of capsizing. Sometimes spiritual spells, sometimes sword techniques. Sometimes he drove the sword, sometimes he controlled the spirit beast. He was always able to forcefully suppress Li Yaling's rising killing intent and aura at the most appropriate time. That blood-colored killing sword was like it was wrapped up by numerous chains, unable to spread out. Looking at Zhong Shou's calm and collected body, Li Yunyang's fists couldn't help but clench tightly. Even when Zhong Shou killed Rin Qianqiu and Xiet Jun in dozens of breaths, she wasn't as shocked as she was now. It wasn't because of Zhong Shou's out-of-body realm cultivation, but because this Gantian mountain prince was actually able to compete with one of the most outstanding talents in the world, one who was recognized by the world as a candidate for the Ascended Realm. They fought tit for tat, not falling into a disadvantageous position at all. In that instance, her impression of Zhong Shou was totally flipped. She didn't feel like she was weak and useless anymore. Only the elegance when the purple lightning sword was waved, the overbearingness when he killed the deceitful sword with one sword, the viciousness when he chopped off Rin Qianqiu's head. There was also that unbelievable and undeniable strength. All of it was mixed together and imprinted in the deepest part of her heart. His face was still as handsome and delicate as ever. However, at this moment, in front of her eyes, it didn't seem weak at all. It seemed soft but was firm. Under that gentleness was an unparalleled sharpness. Once it shone, it would cause the 5 continents to feel cold. Li Yunyang couldn't help but take a step forward. However, she suddenly heard a cold scoff. Looking towards where the voice came from, she saw Yin Fan looking over with a cold gaze. He didn't bother about the person who was in the midst of an intense battle. He held his sword and didn't move as he blocked in front of her. Li Yunyang frowned. Then, she heard a kung as the 2 swords clashed. She instantly turned her head and was attracted by the battle that had just ended, only to see the 2 of them split up and both of them retreated. Zhong Shou jumped up and stood on the treetop, looking down from above. As for Li Yaling, he slid back 200 feet and half knelt below. Good sword technique, really good sword technique. Be it your martial path or your sword-driving technique. They are both terrifyingly strong. You didn't disappoint me. Li Yaling laughed maniacally. A wound opened up on his face. However, it made him even more excited. My estimations might have been wrong. Killing you alone is worth 10,000. No, it should be 20,000. Killing you would allow me to comprehend the killing sword intent. Zhong Shou shook his head and didn't reply. However, his eyes turned serious. A long-lost battle intent burned in his chest like a blazing flame. Although he didn't like Li Yaling's character, his strength was undeniably strong. He was the first enemy he had faced since he came to this world that could be called an opponent. As Li Yaling spoke, he suddenly tilted his head. His smile slowly disappeared, and he scoffed coldly. It is actually a Xuanwu ancestor. Hee hee. Prince, your father really takes good care of you. Looking at the situation, he probably can't sit still anymore. Those people from Blazing Flame Mountain are really useless. Along with my partner, 3 martial ancestors, and 4 peak Xiantian experts, they can't even block him for a moment. Forget it. There isn't much time left. This sword will decide the victor between us. Zhongshu used his spiritual sense to sense, and felt a strong aura swiftly rushing over. However, Li Yaling's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. His lips curling up, Zhongshu didn't think much and nodded his head slightly, the sword in his hand pointing downwards. Okay. With this sword, you and I shall decide life and death. Chapter 123. Okay. With this sword, you and I will decide life and death. The moment Zhongshu's words landed, the dense forest became even more solemn and solemn. A cold, killing intent spread all around. Li Yunyang's pupils constricted, and Lian Fan couldn't help but be distracted. When Li Yaling heard that, he laughed out loud. What a good life and death battle. I am confident that I can beat you now, but I might not be able to take your life. On the contrary, the prince is really confident and wants to chop off my head here. That's good. Then you and I will decide life and death here. Samuraim's eyes were cold, and he didn't reply. He only used his mind to control the black wave, sword to circle to his side. He waved his sleeves, causing the sword body to be covered in a layer of silver. In a breath, Little Gold's body had totally wrapped up the spiritual weapon. As a result, the sword blade became even more tenacious and sharp, and it also became more agile. The battle intent in his chest was slowly suppressed, leaving only pure, killing intent. He had always been a person who loved to waste his energy and didn't like to appreciate others. He also wouldn't feel lonely when facing an expert. He always felt that the best enemy should lie in the mud and not know how to speak. If the enemy could still walk, then he would think a way to kill him with one sword and personally send him to his grave. Especially a lunatic like Li Yaling, he wouldn't allow him to leave his sight alive. In less than 300 feet of space, it was like there were 2 similar intents clashing and exchanging blows. Zhongshu stepped on the treetop, his body swaying along with the branches, swaying up and down. When he activated the energy swallowing technique, the tree beneath him actually swiftly withered. There was no life at all, and numerous dried leaves fell to the ground. It also slowly spread, and within 100 feet, all the grass and trees turned a grayish-yellow color. The lightning two sword in his hand actually gave off a thread of sword energy, and its aura rose step by step. Looking down from above, it was as if he was a king looking down on ants. Li Yaling's expression also became more and more serious, his killing intent boiling. His aura became sharper and sharper, and his cheeks became redder and redder. However, from the beginning to the end, he remained motionless and did not move for a long time. Li Yunyang felt her heart tighten. She knew that although the 2 of them had yet to truly fight, the situation was even more dangerous. Using the momentum of the martial Dao to attack and defend, he did his best to increase his chances of victory. What shocked her the most was that Li Yaling, who had been famous for many years and was known as the 100,000 Blood Killer, whose name caused people's expressions to change, was actually unable to gain the upper hand. On the contrary, Zhongshu, who was high up in the treetops, seemed to be suppressing him. At this moment, Li Yunyang's feelings were extremely complicated. If Li Yaling won, with his personality, she and Lian Fan wouldn't be able to survive. However, he did not want to see this Zhongshu really have the strength to kill Li Yaling. If that happened, he would not be able to survive either. Just as he was feeling conflicted, Li Yaling's body suddenly flashed backward. He didn't advance and instead retreated. Like an invisible red shadow, he flew to the side of a carriage. He waved the blood sword in his hand, and a several feet-long blood-colored sword light directly sliced off the necks and heads of the Wind Rider foals who were caught off guard. Blood splattered everywhere. Li Yaling's killing path sword aura also increased to the maximum. However, his brows were filled with shock. Zhongshou, who was on the treetops, actually didn't take the chance to chase. He still held his sword and stood coldly in the distance. After being slightly startled, Li Yaling did not hesitate at all. His entire body soared into the air. The blood-colored sword light converged and expanded. With lightning speed, it traversed tens of feet of space and charged towards the treetops. Just as it was halfway there, his wrists exploded once more. Large amounts of blood wrapped around the sword. The 40 feet long blood-colored sword energy instantly increased to 70 feet long. The aura was vast and bloody, like this sword could kill all living beings. Agitated by this sword aura, Zhongshou's eyelids unknowingly twitched. In the next moment, he stabilized his breathing and calmed his heart down. Apart from the excitement of fighting a strong enemy, his heart was like a clear mirror, calm and unperturbed, reflecting the world. Everything in front of him seemed to have suddenly stopped. All of Li Yaling's sword paths and all the possible changes were reflected in his heart. Just as that blood-colored sword energy slashed 40 feet in front of him, Zhongshou suddenly spat out a shocking roar. Out-of-body kill, a ball of energy instantly charged up from his head. Taking advantage of the momentum, he waved the black wave sword and stabbed down. There were no changes like clouds and mist, only extreme sharpness and swiftness. Before he even got close, he could feel that just the remnant strength was enough to cause his soul to nearly scatter. There was also the extremely strong vital energy of a Xiantian expert. Zhongshou laughed coldly in his mind. The essence energy that he had swallowed surged out and protected his body. This sword, he went all out, his sword attack also going all out to cut off all paths of retreat, such that there was no way out. Come! Purple lightning flashed, wrapping around the silver sword body as it struck down. It smashed into the blood shadow. It intertwined with the blood-colored sword light, spinning and mixing. Occasionally, it drew out many mysterious trajectories, like there was no hole it couldn't enter as it stabbed into the depths of the blood-colored sword light. The two swords struck numerous times in an instant, unable to stop. In a breath, the trees and branches within 300 feet were all sliced into pieces. In the mud below, there were more than 10 deep sword marks. Cold sweat seeped out from Li Yaling's forehead. He only felt that with each sword strike, a portion of the energy on the sword body was being forcefully sucked away. Zhongshou's soul became dimmer and dimmer under the light of the rising sun. In just a few breaths, the purple and red sword images in the air were showing signs of weakening, unable to continue. Li Yunyang relaxed when she saw this, but also felt dejected. She knew that the battle between the two of them would most likely end in a draw. However, at least she would be able to keep her life. However, although this Zhongshou didn't manage to kill Li Yaling, just the fact that he was able to use his soul to drive the sword of force back, the 100,000 blood killer, meant that he was one of a kind in the entire Donglin Cloud continent. As expected, in just a short moment, Li Yaling's blood-colored sword image had reached its peak and had no more energy left to change. He let out a slightly regretful The sword light suddenly increased again, but his figure decisively floated backwards. The purple lightning around Zhongshou's soul was also disappearing. Under the light of the sun, the entire ball of Yin's soul seemed like it was about to melt. He also felt a burning sensation in his spiritual soul, as if it was burning. His heart was still as cold as a blade. His killing intent didn't decrease, as determined as before. Just as Li Yaling's body retreated several feet, Zhongshou's soul suddenly increased once more. This life and death sword. He was waiting for the moment when the two of them couldn't continue anymore. Slash! Within his soul ocean, the few true spiritual charms that he had just formed suddenly burned, turning into threads of pure soul power, gathering into his dried-up soul ocean whirlpool. That silver sword image suddenly shook. It followed an extremely mysterious and indescribable trajectory, gliding over in front of Li Yaling's disbelieving eyes. With a spin, An incomparably young head soared into the air and fell to the ground. The bloody light surged and fell like rain, dyeing a large area of the grassland blood red. Li Yunyan below was totally stunned, her heart pounding once more. Did this Zhong Shou not want to live anymore? He was obviously in danger, but he still wanted to kill? Wasn't he afraid that his soul would collapse and he wouldn't be able to return to his body? Following which an extremely deep and unreal feeling rose up in her heart. Li Yaling, that 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling, died just like that. This 13-year-old Zhong Shou, who everyone thought had a dual meridian body and couldn't cultivate, used his soul to control the sword and cut off his head in one sword? Lian Fan was also completely stunned. His expression was somewhat perplexed as he turned around and looked in front of him. Zhong Shou's soul was originally so thin that it was about to collapse. However, after killing Li Yaling, the purple lightning appeared once more. Under the shine of the sun, it was totally unharmed. In a flash, he had already returned to the bottom of the tree, where his body was being supported by the giant bear's hands. His brain instantly felt an intense pain. Zhong Shou barely managed to hold on, following which his right hand formed a seal and kept the demon Eye Silver Bear back into his sleeves. However, when he spread out his divine sense again, his heart skipped a beat. Weird, that person just now actually disappeared without a trace. He left so quickly. That tyrannical aura, which should have been less than 3 miles away, had already disappeared without a trace. In his spiritual sense, there were no traces at all. It came suddenly, and it left abruptly as well. Zhong Shaoxin was slightly confused, frowning as he thought about it. He shook his head and walked to the side of Li Yaling's corpse. The eyes of the head were still wide open, furiously staring forward like he had died with his eyes wide open. However, the life aura had totally disappeared. 100,000 blood killer, killing his wife and mother. This fellow's killing path is really amazing. His strength was so strong that no one below the martial ancestor realm could be his opponent. Zhong Shou was slightly emotional and felt really weird. With this person's sword technique, he grasped the massacring sword path. With the killing path, he just needed 5 to 6 years to break through to the ascended realm. A few years later, when the spiritual wave rose, he would soar into the heavens and even have a chance to step into the celestial realm. Why was he so unknown in the future? Why hadn't he heard of him? However, it was really dangerous just now. Victory and defeat was just a thin line away. This Li Yaling was just a little bit away from causing him to die. That day in the Blood Valley, he had gone all out in that battle. However, he didn't even bother to ask for the name of that Xiantian master. He was far from the threat that Li Yaling gave him. The moment he killed this person, Zhong Shou felt that his grasp of the sword path had become much clearer. The standard of this battle was actually far lower than his original realm. However, they were on the same level, fighting with an opponent of the same level. Life and death, victory and defeat were decided in one sword. Just in that instant, the tempering of his mind was comparable to nearly a year of cultivation of his mental state. Chapter 124. Unfortunately, this person's luck isn't good. If we met then, he might have given me an even bigger surprise. Li Yaling cultivated the massacring sword path, while Zhong Shou was using these close-to-death battles to train his sword. Between the two, although they were different in nature, they both killed countless people. They also needed numerous experts to sacrifice to their sword path. If this Li Yaling could enter the Ascended Realm, or even the Martial Ancestor Realm in 10 years, he would be able to fight with him. The benefits it would give him would be even greater. As for whether or not he would lose and die, that wasn't within his consideration. In his last life, in the real world and the virtual world, tens of thousands of battles had caused him to develop a confidence that was close to arrogance. His sword was unstoppable, undefeatable, and undefeatable. It could slay and destroy everything. His eye was so soft that it couldn't be heard. Li Yunyang, who was not far away, flushed red when she heard that. She only felt her cheeks burning like someone had viciously slapped her. She only felt that all the embarrassing things in the first 20 years of her life added together weren't as embarrassing as today. He was just gleefully treating Zhongsho as a person who was definitely going to die, talking to Rin Qianshou and the other two. She personally saw the 3 of the Yunxia 7 swords die one by one in the hands of Zhongsho. She didn't want Zhongsho to be gleeful and started to brag about Li Yaling. Then, she saw a peak battle that could shock Donglin Cloud Continent. Just now, she saw the head of this 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling get chopped off by Zhongsho with one sword. The prince hid his strength really well, and his sword path is really strong. However, you better pray that the person that Yunxia Mountain Lord sends isn't Li Yaling. With your little ability, he can kill you like a dog. Those words not long ago were still ringing in her ears. Thinking about it now, Li Yunyang suddenly had the urge to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. It wasn't wrong to say that Li Yaling's luck was too bad. Zhongsho didn't bother about her, thinking back for a long time before remembering a spell in his memory. He immediately formed a seal with his hands, and then 2 blue lights appeared in his eyes. Everything in his field of vision was instantly pulled closer. Li Yunyang's face instantly became the size of a millstone in his eyes. Zhongsho turned his head in disgust and started to pay attention to the direction of Chu Shui and that spirit master. However, his field of vision was pulled closer, and everything within a few miles was clearly imprinted in his eyes. So this is the spirit master's eye expansion technique. It's a pity that the trees are blocking my view and I can't see it clearly. I remember that technique to use to the return to Sun Realm, or with the spiritual artifacts help return to the Sun Realm. Suppressing his eyes on the forest, Zhongsho's return, and Zhongsho TTT, TTTSSS, TTTTSD. He saw that Chu Shui's body was like a cat circling around an altar, dodging between a few grade 3 spirit beasts. The rising moon lion hiding at the side actually didn't attack. At this moment, Chu Shui didn't seem to be in a bad state. Every time a spell attacked, it would be a step ahead. Before it spread out and used its power, it would break its source. It was just like the method he used to kill Qi Xiao a few months ago. However, at that time, he relied on his deep talisman path attainments. What Chu Shui relied on was her shocking intuition. However, there were many times when she made mistakes, and she was only able to destroy 30% of the spells. However, Chu Shui was always able to safely dodge at the last moment. She forced the spirit master within the spell altar to break out in a cold sweat. As time went on, Chu Shui's movements became more and more familiar. Zhongsho's lips curled up. As expected, he didn't catch those sparrows for nothing. Unfortunately, the time was short, and she hadn't truly trained them. Shaking his head, Zhongsho kept the seal and dispersed the eye expansion technique. He didn't need to analyze, and he knew that Chu Shui had already lost. However, when he thought about it for a moment, he stopped his intention to help. Since he wanted to develop this little girl into a protector that he could rely on, then he had to be more vicious. Anyways, with the rising moon lion taking care of her, her life wouldn't be in danger. To be able to use this person to train Chu Shui's skills was a fortunate thing. Putting down his worries, Zhongsho looked forward. Reaching out with his hand, he sucked the blood sword that fell to the ground into his hand with a spiral force. There weren't any signs of evil path techniques. Apart from a fishy smell, there was no vengeful energy, etc. However, it was filled with killing intent. The moment he held the sword in his hand, a maniacal killing intent rose up in Zhongsho's mind. A red glow appeared in his eyes, and he was slightly distracted. In that instant, Zhongsho felt like he had experienced Li Yaling's entire life. A full 14 years of sword path cultivation. Trained in the sword at 4, killed at 8, killed 10,000 people at 16, breaking through to Xiantian. At 17, he killed his wife and mother, killing his own son. These memories were really blurry, but they all came from this blood sword. The mental imprint that Li Yaling left struck Zhongsho's mind. Kill, 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 kill. Still kill, Kill 100,000 and I'll be invincible. Kill 1,000,000 and I can prove the end of the killing sword. That intent was really strong, but Zhongsho scoffed coldly. In just a moment, his eyes regained clarity. He was shocked. This sword had actually killed 10,000 people, killing his mother and wife. Who knows how Li Yaling managed to do that? 10,000 people standing in a row for him to kill would take a few days. So, it is the accumulating sword technique of sword cultivators. Who knows where this Li Yaling learned how to improve it? Even martial cultivators can cultivate it. That's not right. This Li Yaling should have cultivated some soul power. However, he didn't pay much attention to this matter. Zhongsho suddenly pointed at the blood sword. In the next moment, he felt a thought that was even more tyrannical than before. It was resisting the invasion of his soul power, clashing with his mind. You dare to control my mind with such a small method? Break! Samurai's eyes shone brightly. Coming to this era, what he wasn't afraid of was such a battle of intents. With a slight thought, the mental imprint on the blood sword started to shatter. As for this blood sword, it seemed like it had totally lost its essence, its light dimming. It wiped out the last bit of intent within the sword. Zhongsho casually tossed it to the side. The sword's material was not bad, but unfortunately, it killed too many people and wasn't suitable to be Little Gold's food. Which was why after destroying Li Yaling's mental imprint and ending the possibility of this item being refined into an evil weapon, Zhongsho wasn't interested anymore. He used his mind to search the corpse. Zhongsho's brows furrowed once more. He's someone who has killed 20 martial great masters. Isn't he a little too poor? Why isn't there a single beast crystal? Oh! Exclaiming in surprise, Zhongsho suddenly picked up the bag at the person's waist and took out an item. It was a fist-sized white bead. Taking a close look, he couldn't help but smile. This was like sending charcoal in the snow, getting whatever he wanted. The other three obviously didn't have anything on them. Zhongsho spread out threads of his mind and searched carefully. In the end, he could only shake his head in disappointment. There were only a few bottles of healing pills and some grade 3 beast crystals, which made him unable to raise the thought of searching their corpses. On the contrary, the situation of the woman beside him made him slightly interested. Turning his head, he saw Li Yunyang's fists clenched tightly, her face ashen white as she stopped several feet away. Who knows if it was because of the killing intent that exploded out from him, but her beautiful legs were trembling slightly. However, she tried her best to suppress it, gritting her teeth. Her gaze was fierce, but she was weak inside. Zhongsho's lips curled up as his interest was piqued. He was delighted in his heart, but on the surface, he acted sinister, coldly looking at Li Yunyang. Li Yunyang, should I kill you now, or should I let you live? Li Yunyang's body shuddered. A deep sense of helplessness entered her body. Her chin was raised high, and her body was perfectly straight. She knew that she had no chance of surviving. This person was obviously an out-of-body realm spirit master, and even 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling wasn't his match. However, he could bear with it till now, making everyone think that he was trash. There had to be a reason why he did that. She knew so many secrets today, but she wasn't someone he trusted. Along with what she said before, she had no chance of living. She wanted to say, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zhongsho hesitated and sighed. You are after all Irin's maidservant. Even if she wants to deal with you, she should do it herself. If I attack, it won't be appropriate. It is really tough. Hope rose up in Li Yunyang's heart. His heart, which had been prepared to face death, suddenly loosened. All right, there was also Little Miss. With Little Miss here, this Zhongsho definitely wouldn't kill her. Her heart sank once more. She already knew so many of his secrets. This person was so vicious, so how would he not kill her? Li Yunyang's expression kept changing. Sometimes it was dark, sometimes it was sunny. Suddenly her eyes shone with a glimmer of hope, and then they calmed down. Zhongsho felt more and more interested as he swept around. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a sunflower that had floated over from the dense forest. If I don't kill you, it will spoil my plans. However, if I kill you, I won't be able to answer to Irin. Why don't I use the petals of this sunflower to decide your life? One petal means death, two petal means life. Single, double, single, double, single. While counting, Zhong Shou plucked the petals. Li Yunyang's heart couldn't help but tighten up once more. She was really nervous. Along with the double petal, it was like she was on a roller coaster. Her eyes opened wide as she tried her best to deduce the number of petals. However, a portion of it was blocked by Zhong Shou's hand and couldn't be seen clearly. When the number of petals slowly decreased, Li Yunyang's heart turned ice cold once more. There were only 5 petals left. It was actually single. Just as she was feeling despair, Zhong Shou suddenly clenched his fist and crushed the flower into pieces. He teased, "You really believed it? Woman, you're really stupid." Li Yunyang was startled. Only after a short while did she realize that Zhong Shou was playing with her from start. From start to finish, he didn't have much killing intent. Unfortunately, she was too focused on his aura and didn't notice it at all. At this moment, Lien Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhong Shou's face didn't have any mocking expression. He only felt disgusted by this woman. If it wasn't for Irin, he would have casually killed her. Shaking his head, Zhong Shou looked to the side. He saw Chu Shui giggling as she walked over with a head. Chapter 125. When Xinyuan Irin rushed back to the empty space, she saw Zhong Shou lazily sitting beside the fire. The surrounding 1,000 feet was in a mess. The place where the fire was lit had been changed to a cleaner place. Li Yunyang's head was lowered like a little wife who was being bullied, carefully massaging Zhong Shou's legs. Xinyuan Irin couldn't help but be shocked. Li Yunyang didn't like Zhong Shou. During these few days, she had mocked him a lot, wishing that her fiancé would just die. With her identity as a Xiantian expert, she was actually serving Zhong Shou so respectfully without any unhappiness. It was really shocking and hard to understand. Was this Sister Yunyang crazy? Or was her body taken over by someone? Such thoughts flashed in her head, but Xinyuan Irin didn't have time to worry about it. The moment she returned, she started to look around. When the corpses of Ren Qianshou and the other 2 entered her eyes, her pupils constricted. Then the other head, which looked even younger, entered her line of sight. Xinyuan Irin instantly sucked in a deep cold breath. Deceitful Sword Ren Qianshou, Miss Sword Xiejun, Rage Sword Yun Tao, and 100,000 Blood Killer Li Yaling. Yunyang, who killed them? Li Yunyang rolled her eyes but didn't dare to reply. Instead, she looked towards Zhong Shou, her eyes filled with a request for instructions. Zhong Shou gave a carefree smile, his expression filled with helplessness and confidence. Who else could it be? Other than me. Who else here can kill them? Just as he was about to shake his body and reveal his overbearing aura to explain things clearly, Xinyuan Irin looked at him with disdain. Xinyuan Irin's eyes were filled with disdain as she looked over. Her gaze seemed to be saying, "With just you, can you kill them?" She shook her head, her tone solemn. "You still have a mood to joke? I wonder which expert did it just now. When I was 60 miles away, I sensed a Xuanwu ancestor." Zhong Shou sighed helplessly, only feeling that all the energy in his body had been used up. His heart was conflicted once more. All of a sudden, he was too lazy to explain and didn't want to waste energy to prove anything. Xinyuan Irin and Zhong Shou kept silent. As for Chu Shui and Lien Fan, they were all silent. Her brows furrowed as she directly looked towards Li Yunyang. "Sister Yunyang, you speak." Li Yunyang's body shook as she hesitated. She glanced at Zhong Shou, who was expressionless. Li Yunyang, she shook her head. "Miss, I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything." Xinyuan Irin was startled once more. Her turn cold. She scoffed coldly. "Li, come with me. I have something I talk to you alone." She didn't give Li Yunyang any chance to reject, directly turning around and walking towards the carriage she borrowed from Ling Yun's sect. When she saw the 6 Wind Rider foals in front of the carriage, Xinyuan Irin's body stopped once more, a pained expression appearing on her face. She didn't hesitate to enter the carriage. At this moment, Li Yunyang surprisingly didn't immediately follow. Instead, she pitifully looked at the half-demon youth beside her with pleading eyes. Zhong Shou scoffed coldly, taking the sword sheath and casually poking Li Yunyang's thigh a few times. Li Yunyang heaved a sigh of relief, running away like the wind, like there was a demon behind her. When she charged into the carriage, she saw Xianyuan Iren staring over with a dark expression. A moment later, she burst out laughing. Sister Yunyang, after all, you are a Xiantian master. Even those big sects don't dare to look down on you. Not to mention you have been by my side since I was young. Even if I marry Zhong Shou in the future, I still have to treat you like an important guest. Why do you have to massage his legs to get on his good side? If he dares to bully you, I will go pull his ear. As she said that, Xianyuan Iren's tender face turned slightly red. However, her expression was magnanimous, just a little shy. Li Yunyang's mouth felt bitter, thinking to herself that how was she really willing? This Qinquan mountain prince took revenge for the smallest grievances. His personality was like that of a demon. In a short span of 4 hours, he had tormented her with all his might. Just now, she massaged his legs to subdue him, so she had to kneel there. If she resisted, he would use his sword to torture her body. Who knows where he learned it from? She didn't feel any pain, but her body was extremely itchy, and she laughed until she went crazy. To be humiliated like that, why not just kill her? Just now, luckily, Xianyuan Iren came back early and saved her from a calamity. After massaging his legs, who knew what kind of torture she would face? Xianyuan Iren didn't feel anything, her expression turning solemn. Did you see that Xuanwu ancestor? Which one from Gantian Mountain? How did he kill Li Yaling? Li Yunyang hesitated. She wasn't willing to lie to Xianyuan Iren. Thinking about it, she shook her head. Little miss, I really didn't see the Xuanwu ancestor you mentioned. As for the specific situation, I can't say. You can't say? Xianyuan Iren muttered softly. She knew that with Li Yunyang's personality, she definitely wouldn't spout nonsense to her. Since she couldn't say, then she definitely had her reasons. She thought about it seriously. Xianyuan Iren temporarily buried these doubts in her heart. Did the person who attacked specially tell you before he left? Li Yunyang didn't speak when she heard that, thinking back to the situation not long ago. Zhong Shou didn't say anything from start to finish. Just now, he even admitted it in front of Xianyuan Iren. However, the more it was like that, the harder it was to guess his intentions. She only felt that his personality was really sinister and weird. Although he was playing with her, she couldn't be sure that he didn't have killing intent. However, this matter had something to do with Little Miss's marriage. Thinking about it carefully for a moment, Li Yunyang asked with a weird expression, Miss, if one day you find out that Prince Zhong Shou isn't the trash that everyone thinks he is, and is a young genius even stronger than that 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling, what would you do? To him, those people who wanted to kill him were like ants and weeds, jumping clowns. They weren't worth mentioning at all. Little miss, what would you do? Why are you asking about this? How is such a thing possible? Xianyuan Iren smiled, not wanting to reply. However, in the next moment, she saw that Li Yunyang's eyes were really serious. She also found it weird, but she didn't think much about it, casually saying, Isn't that better? If he really has such ability, then I can be more relaxed. However, as long as there is a day when he hasn't truly ascended to the position of Gantian Mountain Monster King, then I should go through hardships with him. Since we are husband and wife, then we should follow in life and death. Moreover, after the recruitment, we should ask for the marriage to be completed. Once the marriage is settled, I will return to Pill Fountain Sect to cultivate. Li Yunyang was a little dejected. She had expected such an outcome. She said weakly, Didn't Little Miss hate this Zhong Shou in the past? If he doesn't need anyone to protect him, then why can't Little Miss cancel this marriage? It doesn't go against Little Miss's benevolence. Xianyuan Iren broke out into a laugh, her face revealing a disapproving expression. Sister Yunyang, if the prince is really a genius, then it's me who has eyes but can't see him clearly. All the more I should see him clearly. How can I use my previous impression of him to look at him? Furthermore, I didn't hate him in the past, I just didn't like being treated as a chess piece by him. Li Yunyang was still unwilling, her brows furrowing. What if he takes the initiative to cancel the marriage? Xianyuan Irin was startled, and she started to think seriously. A moment later, her face flushed red, and she said decisively, "If it was 15 days ago, I might have agreed. However, it is impossible now. The ancients had 7 rules, and Irin didn't break any of them. How can he cancel the marriage? Let's not talk about this matter anymore." Li Yunyang let out a sorrowful sigh before her heart moved. "Miss, please allow Yunyang to ask one last question. Is the mysterious moon with brilliance method really only cured by the mysterious cloud sex ancient cold pill? That might not be the case. The few spiritual pills recorded in the sex medicine book can help. However, the ingredients are still lacking. I should be able to refine them, but I don't have enough time." Xianyuan Irin shook her head and explained. The moment she said that, she felt an extremely strong dizziness strike her. She suddenly fainted on the bed. Li Yunyang was shocked, reaching out to help her up. The moment she touched Xianyuan Irin's skin, her body shook once more, and she nearly exclaimed out loud. She only felt that her hand was ice cold, without any warmth at all. A moment later, it turned fiery hot. At the same time, Yuan Dao, who was 60 miles away, sighed, keeping the cage-like red threads around him. It retracted back into its original ball shape, but on one side there was a small hole with some burn marks. This grade 4 spiritual artifact, 1,000-thread cage, is actually damaged to such an extent. He didn't feel heartache about the spiritual artifact in his hand, but he was a little moved by Xianyuan Irin's craziness. Yuan Dao casually tossed it into his sleeves, following which he looked into the distance with a depressed and worried expression. Small energy burning pill, crazy demon needle technique. I wonder how serious Junior Sister's injuries are right now. She is lacking in both vital energy and vital energy. Will it cause the hidden problems of the mysterious moon with brilliance method to explode? I remember that she has a few small energy replenishing pills. Did she consume them in time? Anyways, it is really tough this time. Why is Junior Sister's personality so strong? If my master and a few senior masters find out, they will skin me alive. Senior brother, you really made it tough on me. When I return, what am I going to say? However, that Zhongshou deserves to die. In just an instant, he pushed all the blame onto the Gantian mountain prince whom he had never met. Killing intent rose up in Yuan Dao's heart, following which he felt confused. Xuanwu ancestor? That's not right. Long before that person rushed over, Rin Xianrin and the others were already dead. Rin Xianshou and the other 2 had already died, and the 100,000 bloodhangers had also suddenly disappeared without a trace. Who was the one who did this? Could this Xuanwu ancestor be able to kill people through space? Yuan Dao's brows furrowed. It seemed like that prince wasn't as simple as he thought. To solve this matter, he needed to plan carefully. Chapter 126. It was still that empty space within the dense forest. At this moment, it was drizzling. The bloodstains on the ground were washed away. Sly Sword Rin Qianshou, Mist Sword Xiejun, Fury Sword Yin Tao, and 100,000 Blood Killer Li Yaling. These 3 are Xiantian sword masters who have the potential to enter the martial ancestor realm. Yinxia Mountain's losses this time are not small. Within the dense forest, a black shirt person stood with his head held high. He wore a black cape, and one could see his face. He was exquisite and beautiful. One couldn't tell if he was male or female. He was looking up at the treetops. What a waste. The heavens aren't helping us. This rain has washed away all the blood marks. Apart from you and me, there are at least 5 groups of people who came here before us. Even if there are any clues, we won't be able to find them. Beside him was another person who was also dressed in black. However, he didn't cover his face. His nose was really big, pretty much taking up half of his face. His eyes were shifty, making him look really wretched. His eyes flashed with viciousness, making one feel a chill down one's spine. At this moment, he was casually looking around. Aren't you following Master's orders to find the person who killed old me? Why did you come here? Although Gantian Mountains, Zongyang asked us to send the prince back. However, didn't Master think that their price was too low and rejected it a few days ago? This Gantian Mountain prince has nothing to do with us. Naturally, he has something to do with us. That handsome teen laughed coldly, walking in front of a pine tree and saying expressionlessly, the Xiantian experts who were related to the prince were mostly near Cloud Saint City. The people of Cloud Saint City more or less know about us. Ling Yun's sect wouldn't easily attack Olmi thinking about it. This group of people is the most likely. Does junior brother Cho Ling agree? As he spoke, the handsome young man reached out and picked up a broken branch. After looking at the cut, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Life-severing. This person's sword was so sharp. As expected from the 100,000 blood killer, Li Yaling's sword is naturally strong. That lunatic who kills without batting an eyelid. Even I was a little scared. Such a beautiful wife had been killed by him and turned into a cup of yellow soil. What a pity. Wouldn't it be nice to give it to me to play with? However, the person who killed him was even more exceptional. I wonder if it was really the black tortoise ancestor who suddenly appeared. Seeing the handsome youth remain silent, Cho Ling did not mind and began to walk around. However, senior brother Yun, what you said earlier makes a lot of sense. At that time, at least 70% of the people in the vicinity of Cloud Saint City had the qualifications to take old me's life. Perhaps they are the 4 who have already died here. He suddenly stopped and stared at Li Yaling's head, whose eyes were still wide open. Cho Ling raised his eyebrows and suddenly sneered. You're already dead. Who are you trying to show by making such an expression? Without your life and sword, who else can you kill? He actually raised his leg and stomped down heavily, crushing Li Yaling's head like a watermelon. But in the next moment, Cho Ling's expression suddenly changed. Sword, energy? Numerous sharp energies exploded out from under his feet. Cho Ling swiftly retreated. In a breath, he was 200 feet away. However, there were still numerous wounds under his feet. His feet were also pierced with numerous wounds. He couldn't help but curse out. This Li Yaling, why does he still want to harm others even when he's about to die? Luckily, I reacted quickly. Something isn't right. Thinking back to the situation just now, Cho Ling instantly sucked in a cold breath. It's at his neck. It's not Li Yaling, but the person who killed him. His sword energy and sword intent were all gathered and not released, hiding for half a day. This person is really amazing, as expected from the black tortoise ancestor. At this moment, the youth with the surname Yun also moved. He flew to the front of Li Yaling's still perfectly preserved body and looked at the wound. A moment later, he shook his head. No, it's not at the sword intent level. It should be at the Xiantian realm, but how is that possible? Which Xiantian expert in this world can beat 100,000 blood killers? This Li Yaling is skilled in the land galloping technique and is unparalleled in speed. If not, he wouldn't have been able to escape so many times. Who could cause him to be unable to escape? The more he said, the more confused he got, his eyes filled with confusion. Cho Ling, who was cleaning up his wounds, was startled. If the person who killed Li Yaling was a Xuanwu ancestor, this matter wouldn't be surprising. They would only sigh at how unlucky this 100,000 blood killer was. However, if the person who attacked was just a Xiantian master, then the nature of this matter was totally different. If this matter spread out in the cloud world, not only would Donglin Cloud Continent be shocked by this news, even the Central Cloud Continent would be shocked. The name of 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling shocked not only Donglin Cloud Continent. To be able to kill this person at the Xiantian realm, wasn't this person's talent far stronger than 100,000 blood killer? The brows of that surnamed Yun frowned slightly. A moment later, he smiled, slapping out with a palm, causing Li Yaling's body to instantly turn into dust. Junior Marshal Brother, thanks to you, I found something interesting this time. It might not have anything to do with old me, but I'm really curious and have to take a look. Within the Cloud Spirit God Palace, Long Ruo was riding that giant flood dragon as he flew towards a hall in the distance. This cloud palace was located at the depths of the cloud ocean. It was extremely huge, with endless clouds all around. The beauty of the scenery was unparalleled in the world. However, if one got used to seeing it every day, it was just normal. When Long Rual was 10,000 feet in front of the stone hall, he flew down from his protector spirit beast and then walked in. Although this place was huge, there were very few people. Long Rual walked in and directly entered the stone hall. In the huge space, there were only 5 people sitting there. 4 of them were dressed in green robes. Their faces were dry, their eyes closed as they sat on the left and right. Only the one at the top had a face like jade, eyes like ink. He looked really handsome, around 17 or 18 years old. At this moment, he was smiling as he looked over. "Are you curious as to why I called you over? Take a look at this." Whilst he spoke, the teen casually waved his hand and a blue light flew over. Long Rua's brows furrowed, a solemn expression appearing on his face. He waved his sleeves and a suction force spread out. He carefully caught that blue light in his hand. It was a 2-foot-long small sword, extremely sharp and cold. "It's the broken blade sword." Long Rua's brows furrowed, and then he was overjoyed. He bowed towards the front and left. "Thank you, teacher and senior uncle, for your love. With this sword, my imperial sword technique will definitely become stronger." Following which he asked curiously, "Where did you get this broken blade sword? Wasn't it said that the sect searched for 200 years without any signs of it? Could this sword have been destroyed by that person?" "Your junior brother, Zhu Rinquang, bought it. The one who found this sword was Gantian Mountain Zong Shou. It was hidden in a normal black wave sword. What a surprise. To buy this sword, Rinquang used 2 human pinnacle pills and a grade 5 spirit beast. Long Rual, you have to compensate him in the future." When the teen above said that, he frowned slightly. Rinquang also said that this Zong Shou has dual meridians and is unable to cultivate. Till date, he doesn't have any internal energy. However, for this person to be able to find this sword, it is due to his luck. Long Rual, you personally saw him and feel that he has no hope of cultivating? Not a trace of inner breath. Long Rual was slightly shocked. He remembered that the last time they met, the Gantian Mountain Prince had reached the martial master realm and his foundations weren't weak. Why would junior brother Zhu Rinquang say that the kid didn't have any internal energy? Following which he didn't bother about it. Maybe this kid had totally given up hope and scattered his true chi. With a dual meridian body, cultivating the martial path was torture at every moment, so it wasn't weird for him to give up. Suppressing these doubts, Long Rual didn't hesitate as he shook his head. "I remember in the last life I told Master that this kid has hidden problems. His soul is broken and has barriers from heaven. I predict that in his life, he will at most reach the mythic master realm. As for spiritual cultivation, once he reaches the out-of-body realm, he will definitely die. If I am wrong, then dig my eyes out." The teen in the hall instantly laughed. A moment later, it turned into a regretful sigh. What a waste. This kid's personality is not bad. His martial path and talisman talents are top grade. Why is he unable to cultivate? The heavens are unpredictable and hard to predict. Long Rual kept silent and didn't speak. For some reason, when he said those words, he felt a sense of unease. In his soul remembrance, he suddenly felt an indescribable uneasiness, as if he had done something wrong that he could not make up for. His heart trembled. That teen didn't notice the weird expression on Long Rual's face. After sighing, his expression became solemn. A year later will be the opening of the Dragon Gate. The disciples of the various sects will gather at Dragon Gathering Mountain. Many experts of Donglin Cloud Continent will also participate. However, out of these thousands of people, only 20 will have a chance to see the martial saint image. Our sect only has you and Zhu Rinquang as the only ones we can take out. Long Rual, you need to prepare well these few days. If you lose the face of our sect, we won't let you off so easily. This voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, causing Long Rual to come back to his senses, instantly keeping away all his random thoughts. Facing upwards, he bowed solemnly. Long Ruaw understands. I won't disappoint Master and all the senior masters. His chest couldn't help but shake. The Dragon Gate martial saint image only appeared once every 100 years. It was a stone wall personally left by a famous martial saint expert 10,000 years ago. Those who were fated to comprehend it all had huge improvements in their martial path. Although he was a spirit master, he leaned towards a sword path. The martial saint image was also important to him. He was also looking forward to the day when he could compete with the many experts of Donglin Cloud Continent. Chapter 127. Kiki, so, it is barriers from heaven. You scare me. I really thought that it would be tough this time. Pretty much at the same time, within the carriage, Zhongsho also sighed. He only felt his mind relax. His mood was unspeakably relaxed. After the battle with Li Yaling, not only did his sword path and heart realm improve, but his sword path and heart realm also improved. Under the pressure of the killing sword, the potential in Zhongsho's body exploded out a little. Along with the Xiantian essence energy of a lightning phoenix egg, it directly turned into true energy that flowed in his body. Today, in just a day and night of cultivation, he had opened up a small portion of his 8th meridian organ chakra. A total of 13 acupoints were all opened up. All the acupoints in his body were filled up a little. This caused Zhongsho's vital energy to greatly increase, and he finally saw that layer of obstruction. There were 3 parts of the human body that could communicate with heaven and earth. One was the navel and the stomach, which was there when one was born. If one didn't cultivate, the navel would slowly close up and be unable to absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy. The other place was below his feet, and it was called the Earth Gate. After opening it, one could sense the spiritual veins underground and borrow spiritual energy. One could even merge those small spiritual veins into one's body. The third was the Heaven Gate above one's head. Opening it meant one was an ascended ancestor. Every action had the ability to shake mountains and move the earth. Like Lei Dong, who casually slashed with a knife and left a deep mark on Mingjing Mountain. At this realm, one's destructive ability was simply too huge. Their lifespan was also thousands of years. Compared to normal people, they were like celestials, humans, and ants. This was why the various sects and aristocratic families of the Cloud World had an agreement that once a martial artist reached Ascended Realm, they had to put down everything and not participate in the conflicts of the 5 continents and 12 islands of the Cloud World. When a martial artist cultivated, when their body chakra was completed, they had to use all the energy in their body to break open the Earth Gate, drawing in the spirit of the earth, and then refining the chakra from the outside to the inside. That was the 9 meridians of the Earth Chakra. After the Earth Chakra was opened, one would break open the Heaven Gate. Similar to the Earth Chakra, one would borrow the power of the stars and the spiritual energy of the universe to cleanse the body. However, be it the Earth Gate or Heaven Gate in Zhongsho's body, they were all blocked up and were terrifyingly thick. It was like a boulder that could not be shaken. This was the so-called barriers from heaven. Such a person would never be able to open the Earth Gate, even if he spent his entire life. This was the worst possible scenario that he had previously estimated. However, this was only true for ordinary people. Looks like my unlucky fate didn't change for the better even after I reincarnated 10,000 years ago. In his previous life, his meridians were all shattered, and he had barriers from heaven. His current life was just as bad. He had 2 parallel meridians and a damaged soul. He also had barriers from heaven. God, how could you treat me so poorly? Zhongsho's face did not show the slightest hint of dejection. Instead, he was in high spirits, and traces of unconcealable sharpness could be seen in his eyes. In his previous life, he spent a total of 7 years to open the Earth Gate and another 3 years to open the Heaven Gate. If it wasn't for the barriers from heaven, he wouldn't be able to enter the Ascended Ancestor realm at the age of 32. In his previous life, he was able to rely solely on his unkillable and indestructible tenacity to connect them. Then, In this life, what reason did he have to be stopped by such a small barrier from heaven? With this experience, the blockage of the heaven and earth gates wasn't a hindrance in his eyes. This was why, although this martial path was still tough and bumpy, Zhongsho could only feel that the heavy stone blocks pressing down on his chest had been removed, and he didn't have any worries anymore. His thoughts were smooth, and the energy circulation in his body seemed to have become more agile. However, Zhongsho only used his true qi to complete a few small circulations before ending his breathing. Cultivating for a day and night, even if he continued, he wouldn't be able to improve much. His 6 organs were still lacking, and his accumulation wasn't enough. There's also no need to rush to open up the organ meridians. With the barriers from heaven in front of him, this energy cultivation path couldn't be rushed. Zhongsho opened his eyes and took out a white pearl. It was the item that he had taken from Li Yaling that day. At this moment, under the shine of the light, it seemed transparent, giving off a pure white glow. In the eyes of outsiders, it was flawless. However, in the eyes of Zhongsho, who was an expert, he could sense that there were threads of impurities within, and it wasn't truly pure. That Li Yaling is poor, but just this item is worth 3 human pinnacle pills. Who knows where that fellow got it from? If he can merge this item into that blood sword, I won't be able to win this time. This item was called a spirit vein pearl, a really common name. It was formed from the energy of the underground spiritual veins. It could strengthen spiritual weapons and help Xiantian martial cultivators to raise their true qi cultivation and sense of the earth veins. In Zhongsho's hand was a pure gold element spirit vein pearl. It was also a 2 meridian level, which was the so-called grade 2 gold vein pearl. The so-called 2 meridians meant that within this spirit vein pearl, there were at least 2 gold element spiritual veins sealed. Moreover, the quality was really good, and there were very few impurities. If it was merged with that blood sword, it would be enough to raise it by a full grade. At that time, no matter how deep Zhongsho's martial path cultivation was, he wouldn't be able to win. At this moment, what Zhongsho had his eyes on was that this spirit vein pearl could be used as an external pill. That day in Cloud Saint City, Zhongsho had unintentionally peeked at Xianyuan Iren's cultivation. The green and fire spiritual pearl floating in front of her was the so-called external pill, which was also made from spirit vein pearls. However, the quality was much higher. Just by looking at it, Zhongsho knew that it was at least 7 wood spirit meridians and 6 fire spirit meridians. As for the one in Zhongsho's hand, if it was used to make an external pill, it was still lacking. A spirit vein pearl had to be at least 4 meridians before it could be used as an external pill. However, he had other methods to make use of it. Although this gold element spirit vein stone is only grade 2, it is much weaker than Xianyuan Iren. It can't compare to Iren's external pill, but for me, it is barely enough. Who knows if little gold can use it? Thinking about Xianyuan Iren, Zhongsho sighed once more. His brows furrowed as he felt dejected once more. This matter was just too awkward when he thought about it, and it also made him worry. Forcing himself to focus, Zhongsho started to arrange beast crystals within the carriage. The talisman formation was already drawn when he was at the black soil swamp and didn't need to be changed. The beast crystals he placed this time were all grade 3 and above, mostly metal element. There were also some earth element, wind element, fire element, and the rarest lightning element beast crystals. He still placed out the incense table and spell altar, placing the round little gold in the center of the incense table. Little gold was stunned, obviously not understanding what was going on. It had consumed a lot of energy and was sleeping soundly on Zhongsho's arm before it was grabbed. At this moment, it was jumping around like it was expressing its dissatisfaction. Zhongsho laughed, holding the metal element spirit pearl and waving in front of it. "Do you want it?" Little Gold's body paused for a moment before it jumped even more intensely. The thoughts it sent over were filled with eagerness and anticipation. Like it was spitting out trash, it spat out the green wind spirit pearl that it had swallowed before. Zhongsho wasn't surprised, heavily smacking its head. "Then stay there and don't move. If you can't hold on this time, you might lose your life. At that time, even your master won't be able to save you. Who knows whether or not Little Gold understood, but when Zhongsho's words landed, its jelly-like body laid on the incense table, not moving at all. Zhongsho's expression became slightly solemn. He lit up 3 sandalwood incense sticks, using the incense to calm his mind. Then, with a spell, the talisman formation under his feet was activated. Threads of essence, energy, seeped out from the beast crystals and gathered towards Little Gold. In just a moment, its round body was once again dyed in 5 colors. Zhongsho still used one hand to press on the top of Little Gold, using the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique. However, this time he didn't swallow into its body. Instead, he used the 18-cloud shocking god-destroying sword intense to smash the impurities one by one. Then, he used the world's shocking spiritual art to activate the spiral energy to twist it. After purifying it, he injected it back into Little Gold's body. This was to reduce the pressure on it, even if this little fellow was born with the ability to purify impurities in its body. However, compared to the huge amount of essence energy it absorbed this time, it was still a little lacking. As time went on, the 5 colors on Little Gold's body became thicker and thicker. It was brightly colored and looked beautiful. Its body also swelled up by a full size, making it look chubby. Its outer skin was also extremely smooth, making it look even cuter. Zhongsho's brows were tightly furrowed. He knew that the essence energy caused its body to swell up. At this moment, Little Gold was probably in extreme pain. Luckily, those beast crystals were shattering one by one and had reached their limit. Next, it would depend on whether or not this little fellow was able to swallow and digest the essence energy. He wouldn't be able to help anymore. Zhongsho could only sit quietly at the side and wait. Actually, such a method was okay for spirit beasts, but for protector spirit beasts that still had their flesh bodies, it wasn't of any benefit. At the start, they might be able to swiftly improve, but as they got closer, it would be harder to improve, just like martial artists. However, at this moment, he had no choice. If he wanted to have the ability to protect his life, he had to use this method. This time when I return to Gantian Mountain, I will settle this matter. I need to make a trip to that place. Although it won't be of any benefit to me, Little Gold and Little Ji will be able to greatly increase their strength. Alright, with that thing, Chu Shui can increase her cultivation. As for the demonized silver bear, it would be useless for spirit beasts to go. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhongsho's heart suddenly moved. He looked forward, only to see threads of smoke seeping out from Little Gold's body. His brows furrowed, knowing that today's matter had succeeded. His palms sucking out all the essence energy that Little Gold wasn't able to absorb. He directly tossed it out of the window, giving out a loud explosion. Looking at the little fellow on the incense burner table, its body still hadn't shrunk, looking extremely dispirited. It was so chubby, like it was difficult for it to even move slightly. However, that 5-colored color instantly became so thin that one couldn't see it anymore. It returned to its usual silver-white color. Zhongsho smiled, tossing the metal element spiritual vein pearl over. When it merged into Little Gold's body, instantly a sharp aura rose up within the carriage. Chapter 128. Zhongsho smiled and took Little Gold into his hand. He felt that the little fellow's body had shrunk by a lot, but it was still in pain. Comfortingly caressing it, Zhongsho took out some soul liquid and mixed it with spiritual ink. He drew a few calming runes on Little Gold to help it absorb energy. As expected, not long later, this little thing calmed down and laid quietly in his body. Zhongsho closed his eyes and sent a thread of intent into Little Gold's body, only to see that the metal element spirit vein pearl was quietly lying near Little Gold's beast crystal. Threads of spiritual energy meridians were being built between the two of them. This little thing was born with the ability to mimic many things. Its body didn't have a fixed appearance and could change into many things. The spiritual energy meridians in its body were the same. This was why all the talisman weapons, spiritual artifacts, magical treasures, and even all sorts of treasures in the world. Little gold could be used at will. As long as it mimicked the spiritual energy meridians, it would be able to perfectly guide the power of these spiritual items. This was why he might not be able to use this grade 2 metal element spirit vein pearl as an external pill. However, Little Gold could use this item as an external pill to reach the grade 4 realm. This little thing could also use the spirit meridian method to transfer the power of any spiritual item to its master. For example, the wind spirit green pearl in the black soil swamp. With Zhongsho's ability, he shouldn't have been able to activate this item. However, with Little Gold connecting it through a layer, he could use it as he wished. In other words, this little thing could be considered his external pill. Although power was much weaker than a true external pill, it could allow him to have a portion of the Xiantian Master's ability. However, moments later, Zhongsho frowned. The spiritual energy meridians that were being built in Little Gold's body were too simple. Thinking about it, Zhongsho didn't hesitate to interfere. In the future, the god beast would be smarter than humans. However, at this moment, it was just an octopus beast with low intelligence. Even if it mutated, it wouldn't have much intelligence. Little thing, this isn't how spirit energy veins are built. Zhongsho used his soul power to draw lines in Xiao Jin's body. Xiao Jin was also very tame. It directly followed Zhongsho's soul power and formed channels in its body to connect with the metal-type spirit vein pearl. All of the pipes seemed to have no pattern, but if one were to look at them from afar, they would discover that all of the spirit power veins seemed to be an extremely complicated and intricate talisman formation. Once all the tunnels were built properly, Zhongsho's eyes lit up. The seventh metal psionic energy that seeped out of Little Gold's body also slowly dissipated. I'm just a little away from being able to borrow the power of the external pill to charge to grade 4. The next time I absorb beast crystals, I need at least 20 days, just enough. Zhongsho calculated the time, and it was just before he returned to Gantia Mountain. He couldn't help but smile and relax. Although Little Gold was still one step away, it could already borrow a portion of the gold-attributed spiritual vein pearl's help. Zhongsho held the little guy in one hand and pulled out his sword, only to hear a sharp chi sound as a sword energy pierced tens of feet out. One could see flames and cold mist intertwining, forming a spiral shape. There were also threads of purple lightning wrapping around it. This sword energy flashed and instantly disappeared without a trace. Zhongsho's brows furrowed, revealing a satisfied smile. Sword energy reaching 30 feet out, this standard can be compared to a beginner Xiantian cultivator. I used the power of the gold spirit pearl to make this sword energy even sharper and sharper. Once this little thing enters grade 4, it will be able to reach 50 feet. Unfortunately, I got a metal element spirit vein pearl. If it was a water and lightning element, it would be even more overbearing. Keeping the sword, Zhongsho waved with strength. Within the carriage, there was a slight ringing sound. The surrounding air seemed to be rippling. Even without using my lightning traveling spirit bone, it seems to have 17,000 kilograms of strength. Just a little bit away from Xiantian, just as he was about to display a light body movement technique, Zhongsho suddenly frowned. With a thought, he caused Little Gold to turn into a thin layer and hide in his sleeves. He walked to the side of the tea table in the carriage and sat down. A few breaths later, he saw Xianyuan Irin, who had left crying that day, board his carriage. Zhongsho originally thought that she was here to scold him, but when she came up, she looked at him with a complicated expression. Then, without making a sound, she placed a bottle of pills in front of him. Zhongsho's brows furrowed, holding the bottle in his hand, asking curiously, "What is this?" "This is the psychic sense pill, refined, using the recipe you gave me. I added in spirit dew grass and shin bamboo heart. It might not be as good as the original recipe you gave me, but I am confident that the effects won't be too bad. I have specially modified this bottle of pills to be used along with the Meridian Spirit pill. It might not be able to reduce the pain, but it can allow you to hold on for a longer time. You can also use the Meridian Spirit Pill to train your soul power, which can be considered to be complementary. Xinyuan Irin explained tiredly, her expression haggard. Her eyes were red like cherries. It was obvious that after she went back, she cried for a long time. So that's the case. Zhong Shaxin felt warmth in his heart, but his expression didn't change. After nodding his head, he opened the cork. His fiancée was indeed rich and overbearing. There were 100 of the so-called psychic sense pills. Just the ingredients used to flour them were worth a lot. To refine such pills, normal silver charcoal was useless, and one had to use the rarer coal essence. Delighted, Zhongsho didn't hesitate to keep the bottle of pills. He knew that he had found the 3 true spiritual talismans he needed to form when he reached the out-of-body realm, following which he felt a headache. Thinking about it, if he wanted Xinyuan Irin to know the use of the chill spirit sense pill, he had to reveal a little more and specially remind her. His eyes flashing, Zhongsho's brows furrowed. Your psychic sense pill looks decent. However, isn't it neglecting the essentials? Does this pill have the effect of freezing the soul? In the past, I read a medicine book that said that the ice bluegrass can lower the heart fire and calm the mind. That snow stem seed can also lower the heart fire and clear the liver and lungs. Your pill shouldn't be much weaker than the chill spirit sense pill. Xinyuan Irin was furious and a little unhappy. She was really calm and stable, and no matter how annoyed she was, she wouldn't get angry so easily. However, she couldn't allow others to doubt her pill refining skills. That psychic sense pill was a pill that she specially made for Zhongsho, so how could its effect be bad? Following which she had an idea, her eyes filled with excitement as she grabbed Zhongsho's hand, asking anxiously, "You said that the ice bluegrass can lower the heart fire and calm the mind. Snow stem seed can also lower the heart fire and clear the liver and lungs. Is that true? Which medicine book did it come from?" Zhongsho only felt like his wrist was being clamped by an iron clamp, feeling a slight pain. He knew that this girl had lost her mind. Wasn't her strength above 10,000 kilograms? It was enough to crush a grade 2 monster to death. Luckily, he had some success in refining his bones, which was why he wasn't crushed. His brows furrowed before relaxing. Zhongsho still smiled. "I don't remember which medicine book. Gantia Mountain has many books, and Linhai College has 3 large book repositories. Who would remember which one it is? Wouldn't Miss Irin know if you try?" Xinyuan Irin was startled, looking a little lost as she retracted her hand. Only after a short while did she regain her calmness. Thinking back to the needle holes on her body a day ago, she couldn't help but look over carefully with a weird expression on her face. Zhongsho felt weak under her gaze. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He was thinking in his heart, did this girl finally notice how special he was? As expected, this bright pearl of his couldn't hide the light of the world. Even such a stupid and simple-minded girl could sense it. Just as he was looking forward to it, he heard Xinyuan Irin say gratefully, "Is the prince good at acupuncture?" To be able to know about the Meridian Spirit Pill and Chill Spirit Mysterious Sense Pill recipes, as well as the effects of the ice bluegrass and snow stem seed, you're most probably good at medicine. As they say, a long illness becomes a doctor. I think the prince has thought of numerous methods for your dual meridian body. The one who saved me yesterday was the prince, right? I misunderstood you. Zhongsho was stunned on the spot once more, smiling bitterly in his heart, speechless once more. A moment later, he gave out a self-mocking laugh. Forget it. At least she didn't mistake him for a pervert. At this moment, Xinyuan Irin's tone changed. However, although the prince was in a hurry, after all, I have a pure body. Now that things have reached such a stage, when is the prince prepared to ask for my parents' hand in marriage? As soon as she finished speaking, her starry eyes stared at him again. She was serious and nervous at the same time. Zhongsho looked at her in shock, opening his mouth several times to speak, but swallowing it back down. Looking into her eyes, he really couldn't bring himself to say that he wanted to cancel the marriage. Just as he was feeling depressed, Why did he feel more and more like he was a heartless person who abandoned her? Just as he didn't know how to reply, he heard Chu Shui shout from outside. "Young master, there is a huge fog here. Uncle Lien has been driving around for a long time and can't get out. It seems like we are lost." Zhong Shou felt like he had been pardoned as he hurriedly ran out of the carriage. When he rushed to the shaft of the carriage, he saw a huge patch of fog spreading in front of him. It was like he was within the cloud ocean, unable to see 300 feet away. Luckily, Xianyuan Iren's carriage was still following closely behind, and they didn't get separated. However, Li Yunyang didn't dare to let the Wind Rider foals gallop around, sitting behind the shaft and carefully driving the carriage. Zhong Shou looked around, not knowing where this place was. He only knew that it was a really wide area and the terrain was really flat. The two carriages sped around without any bumps. How can we get lost in a flat area? Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, filled with doubt. Lien Fan was a Xiantian master, be it spiritual sense or direction. He was much better than normal people. Even if there was a huge fog here, he could at least see 600 feet out and wasn't affected. Moreover, they were going straight west and didn't need to make any turns, so how could they get lost? Following which, Zhong Shou looked up at the sky. A moment later, a sharp expression appeared in his eyes. These few days the sky is really dry, and this fog doesn't seem to be formed normally. It also covers a huge area, at least 100 miles. If it isn't the power of a spiritual formation, then it is summoned by a spell. Could it be that someone wants to harm me? Chapter 129. The moment such a thought rose, Zhong Shou shook his head. If there was a formation here, then it was okay. If it was a spell, this person would definitely be above the day wandering realm. Any spell could easily take his life, so why go through so much trouble? The key was that he couldn't sense any signs of large amounts of spiritual energy circulating around, which was why it wasn't a spiritual formation. At least Zhong Shou couldn't sense it now. Xianyuan Iren followed behind him and came to the front of the carriage. Looking around, her brows were tightly furrowed. When she rushed over from the back, the surrounding was already covered in thick fog, so she didn't think too much about it. Only now did she realize that the situation wasn't right. After thinking about it, she didn't dare to agree. "Uncle Lien, did you make a mistake? Didn't we keep going forward? How did we get lost? I remember that the fog rose less than 30 minutes ago, so how did it happen so quickly?" "Miss Xianyuan, Lien Fan never lie." Lien Fan's expression was solemn as he pointed at the front of the carriage. "Look at these Wind Rider foals. They look like they're going straight, but they are actually deviating. Apart from the fog being a little off, there should be some other illusionary technique to bewitch our minds. Just now, we probably went around the same spot, so we don't know which direction the carriage is heading in. Due to my ancestors' special bloodline, I was able to sense it early on." Xianyuan Iren was shocked. Looking carefully, the situation was exactly as Lien Fan had said. Her expression froze as she looked around in deep thought. Zhong Shou looked around for a moment, suddenly smiling and sitting down. "Uncle Lien, you can stop. It seems like there is an expert casting a spell here. Since that person isn't willing to let us go, there is no point in continuing. Why don't we rest and let the horses gather some strength?" Since the day he was sent over by Lien Sheng to be a horse driver, Lien Fan had always listened carefully to Zhong Shou's orders. At this moment, after the battle yesterday, he was even more convinced of Zhong Shou's strength and followed his orders like they were Buddhist scriptures. When he heard that, he didn't hesitate and waved his whip, stopping all the Wind Rider foals. Xianyuan Iren looked at Zhong Shou unhappily, as if blaming him for acting on his own, but she didn't refute him. This wait lasted for a full 4 hours. Zhong Shou actually calmly fell asleep. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, the fog still showed no signs of dissipating. Xianyuan Iren's eyes gradually became anxious. He rose into the air and stood at the top of the carriage. He clasped his hands and said, "I wonder which senior is doing this?" Hill Fountain Sect Junior Disciple Xianyuan Iren greets you. "Senior, Please be kind and let us leave." His voice was imbued with the power of true qi and was transmitted 10 miles away. They could faintly hear the reverberations of the surrounding area. However, even after an hour had passed, there was still no response. Naturally, the fog showed no signs of dissipating. Zhongshu came back to his senses and laughed when he saw the situation. Although he didn't know what the goal of the person who created this fog was, he didn't know. Although he didn't know who the person was, he could confirm that this person didn't have any killing intent towards him. If he really wanted to harm him, these few hours were enough for him to use many methods. Xianyuan Irin seemed to have seen through it. After taking in a deep breath, she sighed helplessly. "Prince, the fog here shouldn't be targeting us. However, we can't continue to wait like this. Yunyang and I will take a look around. If there is any danger, we can use this fire talisman to warn us." This talisman was specially made by our Pill Fountain sect. Even in this fog, we can see it. A faint golden talisman flew out from Xianyuan Irin's hand. She seemed to think that Zhongshu couldn't use it, as she directly slapped it in front of Chu Shui. Following which, a few golden needles and 40 over-grade 2 beast crystals were placed around the carriage. Zhongshu casually took a look and knew that this was a spiritual formation to differentiate one's location. As for those golden needles, there was something that Xianyuan Irin often used and had her aura and spiritual sense. Under the buff of the spiritual formation, even from tens of miles away, one could sense and differentiate. The entire spiritual formation was really simple, but it was ingenious. Squinting his eyes, Zhongshu didn't care at all. Looking on as Xianyuan Irin and Li Yunyang left, he smiled and stood up, stretching his waist. "This nap is more or less full. How comfortable. Shui, why don't we go out and take a walk?" Chu Shui exclaimed, looking in the direction that Xianyuan Irin left in. "But young master, didn't Miss Irin ask us to wait for her here?" "You are my brat, Zhongshu. Do you listen to me or her?" Zhongshu grinned, jumping off the carriage and activating the lightning traveling spirit bone. With a crackling sound, he walked forwards like a wooden puppet. His brows rose up coldly, his hand pressing on the lightning tooth sword. His violent intent was hidden as he smiled. "Since that person has already arranged such a huge formation for your young master, if the main character doesn't arrive, how can it end?" Chu Shui didn't really understand, but she didn't hesitate, jumping off the carriage and following Zhongshu in a daze. Lian Fan also wisely abandoned the Wind Rider foals and the Cloud Crossing carriage and followed closely behind. Zhongshu was also aimless, not distinguishing between the directions, just moving forwards based on his feelings. Suddenly, it went east and then turned south. Seeing this, the two people behind exchanged glances with one another. Weirdly speaking, just as Chu Shui was thinking that her young master was dumb, if he continued on like this, when would he reach the end? A ball of light suddenly entered the eyes of the three of them. Following the light, they saw that this place was the shore of a small stream. On both sides of the stream was a large patch of green land with willows swaying. The water in the stream gave out tinkling sounds like celestial music. Weirdly speaking, this place was covered in fog, making it hard for people to see clearly. However, there wasn't a single bit of fog on this side of the stream, making it look like a celestial realm. Under the willows, two people could be seen sitting cross-legged, a male and a female. The male was around 70 years old, wearing a linen Confucian robe. He had white hair and a white beard, giving off a celestial aura, like a celestial being. The female was around 17 or 18 years old, a lightning mark appearing and disappearing at the center of her brows. She was extremely beautiful, making one unable to help but take a few more glances. Her aura wasn't that of an otherworldly being, but one that gave off a devilish charm. Behind the two of them stood two other people, both of whom he was familiar with. One of them was Lei Dong, the other was Zhao Yinran. When he looked at Zhongshu, the latter's eyes gave off a weird glow as he looked over. Lei Dong, on the other hand, smiled embarrassedly at him and winked at him. The reactions of the two of them were different. Their expressions changed slightly, like they were a little disappointed, but also a little hopeful. Zhongsho was startled, looking at the old man and the young girl in shock. After thinking about it for a moment, he vaguely guessed what was going on. He stared viciously at Lei Dong before walking over, bowing towards the two of them. Zhongsho greets the two seniors. May I ask for your names? Is the fog here caused by the two of you? Can you be magnanimous and let Zhongsho and the others leave? The young girl with the lightning mark at the center of her brows didn't speak, her blue eyes sizing up Zhongsho's body. Her gaze was like she was looking at a lover, suddenly smiling, suddenly frowning. Who knows what she was thinking about? The old man was the same. A moment later he smiled and said, I am Yin Fan, Lei Dong's uncle, in charge of Wujue Villa. I know that you and Lei Dong are sworn brothers. In the future, you can just call me Uncle Lei. Before his words landed, the young girl scoffed coldly, Don't try to pull connections. He and your nephew have only known each other for a day. How can such a brother count? Yin Fan smiled, nodding towards the young girl. You recognize the two behind. As for this one, don't look at how young she is. She is famous in the cloud world, coming from Tsang Shangdao Taiyuan sect, known as Taiyuan Fairy. Her name is Shui Lingbo. Normal spiritual grandmasters would have to avoid him. When Chu Shui heard that, she didn't feel anything. However, Zhongsho and Lin Fan couldn't help but shudder. The latter had only heard of the names of these two sects, while Zhongsho was truly shocked. Wujue Villa, this was another shrine sect, ranked 5th out of the 10 shrines. As for Taiyuan sect, they were a little stronger, one of the 3 pillars of Tsang Shangdao. At the same time, they controlled the 3rd and 7th shrines. Their strength was several times stronger than Lingyun sect. Compared to spiritual houses and sects, their strength was like heaven and earth. However, what truly shocked him were the two people in front of him. They were the first batch of people to enter the celestial realm after the spiritual wave. In his last life, in the God Emperor game, these two people were at a level that players couldn't reach. Once a martial cultivator or spirit master reached the celestial realm, their lifespan could reach 3,000 years. In his era, many people guessed that the two of them were still alive, but no one knew where they went. Zhongsho took in a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His expression was calm as he bowed slightly towards the two of them. Although the identities of these two people were shocking, he didn't have anything he wanted, so naturally, he didn't need to suck up to them. That Yin Fan smiled when he saw the situation. Looking at you, you should have heard of Taiyuan Fairy in my name. The two of us are people who live in seclusion and don't have much fame. For the prince to know about us, you must have learned from your family. He waved his sleeves and pointed at the chessboard between him and Shui Lingbo, saying expressionlessly, Prince, don't blame us. The fog this time was caused by something else, and it isn't something that the two of us can make things difficult for. However, not long ago, Taiyuan Fairy and I were discussing the cloud's shocking god-destroying sword technique of Lingyun sect. We had different opinions on some areas and couldn't agree. This was why the fog was stirred up. When Chu Shui heard that, she immediately looked toward the chessboard, only to see that the chessboard made of sandalwood was filled with black and white pieces. It wasn't much different from normal tools. She couldn't help but feel weird. What did discussing the sword technique have to do with playing chess? Could it be that this fog was caused by this game of Go? That was just too unbelievable. Zhongsho laughed coldly. As expected, in the next moment, that Yin Fan smiled as he looked over. I heard Lei Dong say that you helped him comprehend the mountain and river knife intent. Chapter 130. There is such a thing. Zhongsho's words were concise as he looked deeply at Lei Dong. I only feel a little weird. Since my big brother Lei Dong came from Wujue Villa, why can't he comprehend that a mountain is still a mountain and water is still water? If he knew that this person had such an illustrious background, he wouldn't have said so much. He also found it weird. The two of them looked similar. They should be blood relatives. Since they were uncle and nephew, why didn't they have the same surname? Wujue Villa specialized in sword techniques, but Lei Dong cultivated in knife techniques, and also had such a conning surname. At that time, he really thought that this fellow was a factionless cultivator with no backing. Lei Dong laughed awkwardly, touching his nose as he looked up at the sky. Yin Fan didn't care at all. Prince, don't be angry. Dong took his mother's surname, which is why his surname is Lei. This fellow was angry with me in the early years and left home, giving up on the sword to learn the knife. He said that he didn't want to rely on our Wuju Avila and would pave his own path. Speaking of which, I have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, who knows when he would be willing to come and meet me. Zhong Shaoxin was enlightened, the anger in his chest calming down. However, he still stared furiously at Lei Dong. It wasn't because of his background, but because he knew that this fellow definitely had a part to play in today's matter. Lei Dong seemed to know that he was in the wrong, his expression helpless as he bowed towards Zhong Shou. If it wasn't for this Taiyuan fairy matter, why would he reveal that stone? He also wouldn't need to invite his uncle out. He originally wanted to keep that stone for himself as a family heirloom. Suddenly, he had an idea, raising a wine jug in his hand, his right hand forming a 3. 100 feet away, Zhong Shou could smell a refreshing wine fragrance. It was even better than the half-step shake that day. It was obvious that it was a celestial brew. Thinking back to that day, when he drank a bowl of wine and got drunk, Zhong Shou couldn't help but be filled with rage. His hand faced Lei Dong and fiercely returned a 10 sign. Looking at Lei Dong's bitter face, he felt a little happy in his heart. Yin Fan also smiled, as if he had not noticed Zhong Shou's little trick. He casually waved his sleeves and tossed the wooden jar with the white chess pieces in front of Zhong Shou, smiling. Actually, I've seen that sword intent stone. The Crown Prince's sword Dao was already connected to the spirit at such a young age. This time, it will definitely help us solve our problems. Finish this mess. I remember that the Crown Prince has also used the cloud, shocking god, annihilating sword essence a few times along the way, right? Zhong Shou remained silent. He wasn't stupid enough to ask these two what they would do if he didn't want to play this game. The way he looked at Taiyuan Fairy was even more passionate than when he looked at his lover. This Yin Fan was the same. If it wasn't for the fact that he already had a wife and was extremely loving to her, he wouldn't have known. Zhong Shou almost thought that this old man's sexual orientation was abnormal. If he really opened his mouth to reject and was threatened by the two of them, then his face wouldn't look good. Scoffing coldly, Zhong Shou still activated the lightning, traveling spiritual bone, crunching as he walked to the front of the chessboard. Minding his own business, he sat down cross-legged. Looking out from afar, he didn't feel anything. Now, looking carefully, he only felt that in the air, there was a cloud-like sword stabbing right at him. Like in the next moment, it was going to split open his head. Samuraim's eyes sharpened, instinctively placing a white chess piece on the lower right corner of the chessboard, giving out a light pa sound. What was weird was that when the chess piece was placed down, the sword he saw was instantly scattered by a certain power, turning into a ball of mist. Shui Lingbo and Yin Fan couldn't help but stand up. Looking at where Zhong Shou placed the chess piece, their eyes were filled with surprise. Shui Lingbo's shrewdness was shallow. She unconsciously clenched her fist and waved it with force. To test a person's sword path attainments and talent, there was nothing better than the instant reaction at the moment of life and death. Just now, Zhong Shou's chess piece was far more perfect than what they expected. 2 times, no. It wasn't even 3 or 4 times. Not only did it block the cloud sword, but it also forcefully scattered it. The moment he placed the chess piece to strike back, it was close to the sword's soul level. All of a sudden, Shui Lingbo's chest was filled with joy. So what if he had barriers from heaven and his soul was broken? She would have a way to remove all these obstacles one by one, allowing this kid to truly step onto the path of cultivation. The foundations of their Taiyuan sect couldn't be compared to Ling Yun's sect, which was at the bottom of a shrine. His gaze couldn't help but become even more heated, like he wanted to burn through Zhong Shou's body. Zhao Yinran's expression changed slightly, her hand subconsciously pressing onto her sword before she regained her calmness. Just now, She only felt a strong martial path in 10 explode out, making her instinctively want to defend herself. At this moment, she thought to herself that, as expected during the battle at the Black Soil Swamp, this Zhongsho really didn't go all out. If she was the one facing this chess game, she would definitely be sent flying 1,000 feet away by the recoil. Within 10 days, she wouldn't be able to cultivate. Chu Shui and Lian Fan, who were behind her, had a different reaction. The two of them couldn't feel that moment of contact. They only felt that when Zhongsho placed the chess piece down, it was as if it had the strength to shake the heavens and earth. After the sound of the chess piece being placed down, the mist in the area thinned by at least 20%. Chu Shui couldn't help but be astonished, sizing up the chessboard once more. Her eyes blinked. Did the mist cover the sky because of this chess game? Good move. Good move. This piece was truly a marvelous move, a surprise move. It also considered the big picture. Yin Fan sighed in admiration, as if they were playing chess. He picked up a black chess piece and placed it in the center of the board. Then, how is the prince going to deal with my chess piece? Before Zhongsho was able to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead, he saw the mist gather once more. The cloud light was changing, hidden in the mist, appearing and disappearing as it passed through. There were no traces of it, but one could feel that danger was approaching. However, the illusion in front of him was extremely real. Zhongsho tried his best, but he was unable to break free. Cursing out in his heart, Zhongsho didn't hesitate to place out another chess piece, still at the bottom right corner. However, when he placed down the chess piece, Zhongsho had already let go of all his worries. Anyways, he was forced to reveal some of his trump cards, so there was no need to purposely hide them, which was why he didn't fear anything when he spoke. Although this illusionary cloud sword is ethereal and traceless, it is too soft. Moreover, can it really be completely traceless and invisible? It isn't the true meaning of the cloud, shocking God, destroying sword art. This standard is just too average. Only to hear a light ding sound as a white mist sword was bounced out from the mist. Without any suspense, it was smashed into pieces. When Yin Fan saw the situation, not only was he not annoyed, but a bright glow shot out from his eyes. He was unable to suppress the joy in his eyes. He nodded his head slightly. As expected, it is a little weak. Hiding in the mist is just a small path. So what if I play this move? It was the same Cloudlight illusory sword, but halfway through, it split into 4, and then into 8, all of which surged toward Zhongxian. Zhongsho couldn't help but laugh when he saw the situation. If it was other things, then it was okay. However, he was an expert in the illusionary sword path. Without any hesitation, he placed a corner. A white chess piece was placed beside the black chess piece. This sword is not bad, but it seems like you are sharpening your spear at the last minute. It is still lacking a little. It can't hide from me, but it isn't hard to break it. Man or head isn't good at this path, so why do you have to force it? Most of the martial artists in the world focused on one path. How could they be like him, to allow himself to merge with the swords of hundreds of schools? As long as it was a sword technique, no matter how exquisite it was, he would study it deeply. He had studied most of the top sword techniques in the cloud world that were spread outside. He had pretty much managed to combine the strengths of hundreds of schools. This Wujue Villa head used the cloud shocking God, destroying sword art to test him. However, he himself hadn't seen the complete cloud shocking God destroying sword art and didn't spend much effort to study it. Although the path of martial arts was easy to master, and Yin Fan was already at the spiritual grandmaster realm, just half a step away from the celestial martial realm, he couldn't be compared to people who cultivated every day. The martial cultivators of this era couldn't be like him, using illusionary realms to train their sword techniques day and night. To say that he was sharpening his spear at the last minute wasn't an exaggeration. As expected, out of those 8 swords, one of them suddenly shook. Then, all the swords collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Yin Fan's breathing instantly stopped. Zhongsho's evaluation was right about him. Lei Dong, who was behind him, gave out a gloating laugh. Yin Fan's brows couldn't help but furrow, turning his head and staring coldly at his nephew. However, he didn't place down his chess piece, looking towards Taiyuan Fairy in satisfaction. He roughly knew about Zhongsho's talent and sword path standards, so he didn't need to try anymore. As expected, his sword path was one with the spirit, using the sword rhythm level to display the true sword intent. There might not even be one in 100 years who could match up to this level of talent. Shui Lingbo wasn't courteous, similarly throwing a black chess piece into the chessboard. In Zhongsho's mind, the situation changed once more. The countless clouds and mist gathered once again. This time, the sword attack was different from Yin Fan's. It was extremely strong and firm, sharp and overbearing. Its aura was several times stronger than the first sword. Zhongsho's breathing couldn't help but stop. That strong sword aura had vaguely entered his mind. His gaze instantly turned sharp and swiftly dissipated. As expected, the sword is like the person. This sword attack is really overbearing. His words vaguely pierced the two people seated at the table. Zhongsho's expression regained calmness. However, the essence of this cloud, shocking god, destroying sword art needs to be both firm and soft. If it is too firm, it will break easily. How is this a cloud sword? It is obviously an ice sword. The chess piece in his hand landed, and there was a crisp pa sound, giving out a reverberating sound. That firm and strong sword instantly shattered like ice dust. That tyrannical sword momentum also disappeared without a trace. Shui Lingbo was overjoyed, and her eyes were filled with light. If it wasn't for Yin Fan, this despicable old man, being right beside her, she might not have been able to win. He really wanted to snatch Zhongsho away and end this matter. At this moment, she could only bear with it, her brows turning solemn as she acted like she was angry from embarrassment, coldly hollering, "You are just an 8 Meridian secret martial artist, and you dare to say that I am wrong." Chapter 131. You are just an 8 Meridian secret martial artist, and you dare to say that I am wrong. How do you know that the essence of the cloud, shocking god, destroying sword, art isn't as strong as mine? Along with Zhongsho's words, a giant sword formed in the air. The aura it gave off was even more intense. The ice-blue sword body gave off a cold glow. Zhongsho was speechless, dissing in his heart. How is this still the cloud, shocking god, destroying sword? It should be the mysterious ice sword, right? Seeing the sword slash over, Zhongsho's brows rose up, laughing coldly. Talking about sword techniques is just talking. Since you said that your sword intent is the true essence of the cloud, shocking god, destroying sword art, then let me compete with you. In that case, I will compete with Fairy and see who is better between you and me. He didn't say anything, placing down another chess piece, flying to the top right corner. In front of Zhongsho's eyes, another sword formed. However, it was controlled by his mind, like a cloud, like a mist. The light was changing, giving off an ethereal feeling. Inside, there were numerous ice grains contained within. When it moved, it gave out a rustling sound, its aura shocking. He slashed in the air, clashing with the ice sword. The cloud sword instantly collapsed, but in the blink of an eye, it formed once more. On the contrary, the mysterious giant ice sword was struck by the high-speed, flowing ice grains, causing numerous holes to appear. The few important parts of the sword spine were on the verge of collapsing. Before the sword recovered, the cloud mist giant sword slashed over with a rustling sound. After this sword clashed, the mysterious giant ice sword instantly collapsed and broke into pieces without any suspense. As for the cloud mist sword, it still hadn't stopped. After circling around, it slashed towards the other side. It was obviously a ball of mist, but its aura was shocking, like it was extremely sharp. Taiyuan Fairy Shui Lingbo's expression instantly changed. She placed down another chess piece, smacking it onto the chessboard. Only then did the mist sword totally dissipate. Then, she looked at the other side of the chessboard in disbelief. She thought that the sword clashing just now would at most be on the same level. Who knew that the outcome would be a crushing defeat? Although the second chess piece successfully dissolved Zhong Shou's attack. When this chess piece landed, she had already lost. This half-demon youth had actually grasped the essence of the cloud's shocking, godly, annihilating sword art. Even if he didn't have the cultivation method of this sword art, in the future when he used this cloud sword, power wouldn't be weaker than the true cloud, shocking, god-destroying sword. That Yin fan's eyes narrowed into a smile, his old face smiling like a flower. He stared at Tai Yuan very coldly with a hidden killing intent. He was thinking of killing her, snatching her away, and then running away. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but think. Looking at the chessboard, he suddenly had an idea. On the chessboard, he placed a chess piece. This is the end of the game. What the Crown Prince said also enlightened me. As my nephew said, the sword path is one with the spirit. However, Tai Yuan Fairy and I still have some unanswered questions about the path of martial arts. Can the prince help us solve it? When his words landed, Zhong Shou only felt that the world he was in changed once more. He was in a narrow cave, left and right were thick stone walls. Below was fiery red lava that could melt everything. Above was an intense wind that could rip everything to shreds. Around him were numerous souls, numerous knife lights, and sword shadows, all attacking, like they wanted to swallow him and slice him into pieces. He couldn't help but grind his teeth, knowing that this was the method of a true image realm spirit master, using soul power to draw his consciousness into this illusionary realm. It was extremely real, like he was in the real world. Chu Shui didn't know about the changes, only seeing that Yin Fan made an extra move. She couldn't help but rage. You made an extra move. How can you cheat? Yin Fan smiled and didn't speak. Shui Lingbo coldly glanced at him. However, she was also excited, waiting for Zhong Shou's reaction. Before this, it was just testing Zhong Shou's sword path talent, and it was enough to give him full marks. No, it's 200 points. Only 400 points can be evaluated. What they were testing now was Zhong Shou's heart. The martial path was like a winding path in the mountains, climbing a steep mountain. The further one went, the harder it was. Above was a dangerous cliff. Below was a bottomless abyss, just like the illusionary realm that Zhong Shou was facing. She was also curious, what kind of response would this dual meridian body, barriers from heaven, and sword path talent, who could be said to be unparalleled, do? It really made one look forward to it. Opposite the chessboard, Zhong Shou held onto the chess piece, sweat pouring out like a fountain, drenching his shirt. Within this cave, he was facing the vicious soul blade shadows. Zhong Shou was slightly distracted. He couldn't help but think back to his last life. The barriers from heaven that had trapped him for half his life, the revenge and killing after his martial path reached great success. The millions of sword battles in the illusionary realm, the dangerous battles he had experienced in the current world. The peak of the martial path that he couldn't reach even if he went all out. As expected, if he took a wrong step, he would fall into lava hell. Even if he went all out and climbed up, he would most probably die under the merciless might of the heavens. Just this blocking burial, such a small danger, it was enough to stop him. Stop him, the head of the 7 emperors of the cloud world, Sword Emperor Tanxiu. Scoffing coldly, the pride in Zhong Shou's chest rumbled. That indomitable and boundless will pierced through the sky. In this life, so what if he had dual meridian body, barriers from heaven, and his soul was broken? Zhong Shou would look down on this world and climb to the peak once more. When Zhong Shou's hand once again landed on the chessboard, he felt many obstacles. He only felt that there were many obstructions, numerous weird powers trying to stop him, trying to cause his hand to deviate to the side. However, the white chess piece at Zhong Shou's fingertips seemed to have a mind of its own, easily avoiding it. Then, he heavily smashed the chess piece into the center of the chessboard. Pata, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy, suddenly surged. In the end, it couldn't take it anymore. The chess pieces on the chessboard all shot out and scattered in all directions. On the chessboard, only that white chess piece was left, lying quietly in the center of the 19 crisscrossing lines. It was like it was telling people that within this chessboard, only it was supreme. The bank of the small stream was silent for a moment. Not to mention the sword path. At this moment, the few people around the chessboard were shocked by the heroic spirit that exploded out from Zhongshu. The mist seems to have thinned by a little. Tens of miles away, Li Yunyang raised her head and looked at the sky. Before this, the mist was sometimes thick and sometimes thin, making one annoyed. It was only at this moment that there seemed to be signs of it gradually dissipating. A few minutes ago, one couldn't even see their fingers. However, at this moment, they could see 200 feet away. Xianyuan Irin's brows furrowed. Suddenly, he paused and looked ahead with a grave expression. Li Yunyang followed closely behind and stopped. When she saw the situation in front of her, she broke out in a cold sweat, only to see that under the rumbling mist, there was actually a hole. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom, like it was a 100,000-foot cliff. Why is there a hole here? Luckily, Little Miss noticed quickly, otherwise I would have fallen. Xianyuan Irin kept silent and didn't speak, looking at the bottom of the hole. Li Yunyang was shocked. However, when she listened carefully, as expected, the hole was hundreds of feet deep. A teen's voice spread out. "Is there someone up there? There's someone, right? I heard your voices. I am Gantian Mountain Zongling, the brother of the next monster king, Zhongshu. Pull us up, as long as you can save us. My Gantian Mountain will repay you." Xianyuan Irin blinked, exchanging glances with Li Yunyang. The latter frowned, her face filled with confusion. "It's him? This Zongling has several Xiantian experts beside him, and he is also a mythic master. This hole is only 500 feet deep, so why can't we climb up after falling in?" Looking down carefully, the mist had dissipated a little. However, he could vaguely see that the ground below was actually a smooth and hard stone wall. What made one's hair stand up was that the stone wall was covered in a thick layer of butter. Li Yunyang couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. So this hole wasn't natural, but dug out by someone. Who could be so vicious? Once one fell in, how would one be able to get out? Then, she heard Zongling scold. "Where are there so many mud eels and snakes? How disgusting. Oi, can the people above hear me? Why aren't you pulling me up?" The mist dissipated once more, and when Li Yunyang looked once more, she felt a wave of disgust in her chest. Countless earthen yellow loaches, eels, and small snakes were constantly rolling and drilling below. A few people were trapped within. Occasionally, they would jump up, but without any hesitation, they would slide down the stone wall. One of them had sharp eyes and saw the people above the hole, shouting loudly, "Are you the princess of Xian Mountain City, Miss Xianyuan and Miss Li Yunyang? I am Gantia Mountain's Feng Shao. My young master and the prince are cousins. Please save us for the sake of the crown prince." Xianyuan Irin laughed silently, too lazy to say anything. Looking around, she said expressionlessly, "The mist has started to dissipate. Let's go back." She didn't hesitate, turning around and leaving. Zongling below panicked, scolding out, "You dare not save me? When my brother becomes the monster king of Gantian Mountain, he will wipe out your entire Xian Mountain City. If it wasn't for our Gantian Mountain protecting you, your Xian Mountain City would have been wiped out. Do you think that trash of a fiancé can protect you? Sooner or later, my brother will kill him. Brat, if you don't save me today, I will make you my concubine and torture you day and night." Xianyuan Irin originally didn't care, but when she heard the last part, her brows furrowed. She walked back the way she came. Just as Zongling was delighted and Li Yunyang was shocked, Xianyuan Irin directly took out some powder and sprinkled it down. She then clapped her hands and turned around to leave. Li Yunyang found it weird, hurriedly following, asking curiously, "Little miss, what was that powder?" Xianyuan Irin smiled when she heard that, calmly shaking her head. "Nothing, just some fire scale powder that will make those eels dig holes." Li Yunyang was startled, feeling goosebumps all over her body. So her little miss had such a sinister and vicious side. At this moment, Within the hole, Zhongling was crazily scolding out. Who the hell dug this hole? So sinister. When I get out, I will make sure he dies without a burial place. Damn it. Why does this eel know how to dig holes? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Chapter 132. At the side of the stream, Lei Dong sneezed heavily, not stopping at all. He touched his nose with his hand, thinking to himself, who the hell is talking about me? His expression suddenly changed. The stiff and cold atmosphere here seemed to have been totally ignited by his sneeze. Countless amounts of supreme force began to silently collide with each other. Two powerful and vast martial Dao wills were also fighting fiercely in the small space. The situation in front of him seemed normal, but one could see that the dirt and sand that Yin Fan and Taiyuan Fairy were sitting on were slowly disappearing at a visible rate. They turned into even smaller dust particles and scattered. Those green weeds had no life force at all. They were only being maintained by two unreasonable powers, which was why they didn't dissipate with the wind. Yin Fan looked at Taiyuan Fairy with a fake smile, a cold intent flashing across. He turned around and looked kindly at Zhong Shou. Does the prince have a master? Are you willing to join my Wujue villa? You and Lei Dong are sworn brothers and learn from the same sect. You have company. My Wujue villa has 5 ultimate techniques for you to choose from. 30 years later, I will give up my position and let you take charge of Wujue villa. His withered hands couldn't help but clench tightly. It wasn't that sword path talent, but the confidence and tenacity of this teen to be able to cut through all dangers. Such a person, even if his talent was average, with barriers from heaven, he would definitely have some achievements. He definitely wouldn't allow this kid to miss out. Samuraim's eyes lit up. He had heard of the Wujue Villa's Wujue Villa for a long time. However, in his last life, he was only fated to meet them. The foundations of this 5th shrine sect were far better than that of Ling Yun's sect. The number of books in the book vault was something that Ling Yun's sect couldn't compare to. Taiyuan Fairy Shui Lingbo laughed coldly. Your Wujue Villa is just the 5th shrine sect. You actually have the face to snatch a disciple in front of me? Little kid, although my Taiyuan sect is 3rd, we control 3rd and 7th shrines at the same time. There are very few people in the world who can suppress my sect. If you are willing to join my sect, you can directly become the direct disciple of the sect leader and learn my sect's luminous spiritual energy sword. With your talent in Sword Dao, you'll reach the Empyrean realm in, at most, 5 years. Samuraim's light immediately brightened. If it was the luminous spiritual sword, it would be pretty good. That was an extreme art that was even more powerful than the cloud-shocking deity destroying sword. It could directly lead to the immortal martial great Dao. Extremely extraordinary. Yin Fan didn't get angry at all, still smiling. Fairy's words are wrong. Although Taiyuan's sect is stronger than my sect by a notch. However, what did this have to do with the strength of one's faction? What was the most suitable? Out of my disciples, there are already 2 who have reached the 4-meridian Grandmaster realm. The other 3 are ascended Grandmasters. In this cloud world, no one can beat me, Yin Fan, when it comes to nurturing disciples. How many disciples does Taiyuan Fairy have now? What achievements have you made? Puchi. When Shui Lingbo heard this, she suddenly laughed and said in a mocking tone, Senior Martial Brother Yin, could it be that you've misunderstood something about this little sister? Shui Lingbo did not dare to take in such a peerless talent to train. She also knew that she did not have the qualifications to do so. Naturally, I would bring him under my senior martial brother. He would be the one to teach him. Although my senior martial brother is not in this world, if he knew that there was such a talent, he would happily return. The direct disciple of the sect leader. How is that just for words? Yin Fan was startled. Then he broke out into a laugh. Yin Fan, thought wrongly. As expected, such a talent is not someone I can teach. However, if your Taiyuan sect has celestial martial experts, does my Wujue Villa not have any? Coincidentally, my senior martial uncle has been complaining that in a few hundred years, he wasn't able to find a disciple that he liked. Even if my senior martial uncle can't do it, I can ask the vast habitat master to personally teach the prince. Who knows if your senior Tsang, Sheng Dao, has that patience? When Lei Dong heard that, his brows furrowed. He was thinking that if Zhong Shou became the disciple of that senior martial uncle, wouldn't he have to call him senior martial uncle? If he became the disciple of the vast habitat master, then he would have to call him senior martial uncle. How could that be? Chu Shui's throat was a little dry. Listening to the tone of the two of them, they seemed to be the top experts in the world. Before this, when Zhong Shou rejected Ling Yun's sect, she only felt regret. At this moment, she felt really fortunate. Tai Yuan's sect was third in the shrines, and Wujue Villa was fifth. Weren't they much stronger than Ling Yun's sect? Such a peerless figure, one of the most tyrannical forces in the world, was actually fighting to take his young master as his disciple. Master was indeed the best. He was also a little worried about the two of them. Did they know about the hidden problems on her young master? And would they be like Long Ruo and just leave after dealing with it? Lien Fan's body shuddered. That day when he left Cloud Saint City with a feeling of being abandoned, how would he have thought that he would have the fate to see such a scene? That peerless expert of the cloud world was quarreling like a commoner, all for the sake of bringing this prince under his wing. Even if he was just a small coachman, he was also proud of it. Shui Lingbo scoffed and stopped arguing with Yin Fan. She turned around and looked at Zhong Shou. Little fellow, you choose yourself. Is it me or him? Shui Lingbo, came from so far away to take you in. Don't disappoint me. Killing intent seeped out, filled with a threatening intent, like she was saying that if he didn't join her, then she would directly attack him. Yin Fan's eyes shone brightly as he smiled. Prince, you have to think carefully. Although Tai Yuan's sect is not bad, their techniques are world-shocking, but they are recognized as a demon sect. My Wujue Villa is a righteous sect. In just 30 years, my Wujue Villa will be under your control. With me here, you don't have to fear her. His words didn't bother about his demeanor, trying his best to seduce and slander him. He was just sure of going into battle with Shui Lingbo. Shui Lingbo giggled and laughed. Little fellow, although my Taiyuan sect can't guarantee that you will be in charge of the sect in 30 years, there are 7,000 of us. However, there are 7,000 female disciples in my sect, and nearly half of them are beautiful. 2 of the 10 beauties of the cloud world are for my sect. That Seven Spirits sect is a subsidiary of my sect and also has many beauties. My sect is good at dual cultivation, and energy cultivation techniques don't have as many taboos as those righteous sections. You can pick any of the girls in the sect. You can have 3 wives and 4 concubines as you wish. If you are willing, my junior niece Yanran can immediately give her to you. Zhao Yanran was expressionless. When she heard that, she didn't feel annoyed. Instead, she looked carefully at Zhong Shou like she was really interested. Zhong Shou's brows rose up when he heard that. Actually, whether or not it was a demon sect, he didn't really care. Wasn't this 3 wives and 4 concubines his dream when he was young in his last life? Did the heavens bless him such that his dream had to be fulfilled 10,000 years ago in this era? He didn't hope for all of them to be as beautiful as Zhao Yanran. To be half as beautiful as her was already a blessing. Naturally, it was impossible for this crazy woman to be as beautiful as her. Even if she gave it to him, he wouldn't want it. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, like numerous extremely beautiful women were begging for his love. Their breasts rippled, many pairs of white thighs swaying in front of him. Damn it, if he didn't have some fun in such a beautiful scene, wouldn't he be worse than a beast? Then, he came back to his senses. How could he forget that cold and lonely person on the peak of Sheng Mountain, and that girl who was searching for a way out in the fog? This Taiyuan fairy's voice had a demonic nature, and he nearly fell for it. His mind instinctively flashed across that extremely beautiful body. Zhong Shou wiped away the traces of saliva at the corner of his lips. Righteously, he shook his head firmly. Fairy, don't mention that again. Although 3 wives and 4 concubines isn't bad, But I, Zhongsho, seek the pinnacle of the sword path. How can I be charmed by a woman? Not only was Yin Fan surprised, but even Shui Lingbo, the person who started it all, was slightly shocked. She expected that Zhongsho wouldn't be charmed by her voice and definitely wouldn't be charmed by a woman. However, she didn't expect that with his 8 Meridian mythic master cultivation, he would be able to break free from her Taiyuan exquisite voice so quickly. The shore of the small stream regained its silence. However, under this silence, there was a killing intent that even Chu Shui and Lien Fan could feel. Being forced back hundreds of feet, they still felt that they couldn't hold on. Zhongsho was hesitating. It was obvious that Taiyuan's sex conditions were better. Taiyuan's spiritual energy, sword cultivation to the extreme could break open the celestial gate. There were also many female disciples. Even if he couldn't fight them, looking at them from afar was pleasing to the eye. He loved to talk to girls about life and dreams. This Wujue villa was not bad. He wasn't interested in taking charge of the villa, but he was really sincere. A righteous sect would undoubtedly have a brighter future. In a last life, he had been cultivating alone. Only when his sword skills reached the small success stage and he entered the ascended realm did he realize that climbing the martial path wasn't so simple. Especially when he wanted to merge the sword skills of hundreds of schools, he needed a lot of martial path accumulations. Only those sects with 10,000 years of legacies had enough foundations to satisfy him. However, at that time, he was already famous in the cloud world. In real life, he was the death announcing sword. In the God Emperor game, he was the sword Emperor Tanshio. All of them were famous. 10 shrines, 19 spiritual houses, none of them dared to take him in. If he didn't know the difficulties of being a factionless cultivator, he wouldn't have taken the risk to teach Lei Dong, which was why he was so interested in the books of the Lingyun sect. Now that he had the chance to join a large sect, he couldn't miss it. He didn't hesitate for too long. Looking at Taiyuan Fairy and Yin Fan, their gazes burning like they wanted to tear him in half, Zhongsho had an idea. He decided to kick the ball back to them. Disciple doesn't know how to choose. Why don't the 2 seniors decide? Which sect do you think I should join? I will join that sect. How about that? Zhongsho won't hesitate. That Yin Fan was startled, following which he laughed involuntarily. You little fellow, you are really cunning. To be continued. Chapter 133. You little fellow, you are really cunning. Yin Fan praised before not looking at Zhongsho anymore. His hand were placed flat in front of his knees, looking really relaxed. In Zhongsho's eyes, he was like a taut bowstring, storing up strength and waiting. Taiyuan Fairy, why not give me a favor? If you're willing to give me face, my Wujue villa will have treasures to compensate you for the pain of giving up your treasures. Shui Lingbo laughed coldly, lightning flashing between her brows. Why isn't the person giving up his treasures villa head yen? If you give this fellow to me, my Taiyuan sect will open up the treasury for you to take 3 treasures. I won't go back on my words. Yin Fan's brows furrowed, shaking his head. I can't. Your Highness is the only person in these thousands of years who can merge the 5 pinnacle techniques of our Wujue villa into one. Fairy, please be magnanimous. I should be the one asking Villa Head to show mercy. Shui Lingbo said coldly. This fellow's sword path talent is the only person who can learn our sect's luminous spiritual energy sword. If I raise my hand, I won't have the face to see my Tsang Shengdao ancestors. I can't let you. One can't. Do we really have to fight? Yin Fan sighed. Fairy is so young. Not even 30, and you have already broken through the 9 Meridian Heaven Chakra. Your spiritual cultivation has also reached the body-forming realm. Although it is because of the martial Saint Golden Pellet, your talent is the top in the cloud world in the past 10,000 years. However, I haven't been stupid these few hundred years. I am confident that my current cultivation is several times stronger than you. Shui Lingbo's brows rose up coldly, her chin slightly raised, not showing any fear. Let's fight. Anyways, I am not afraid. Even if this Donglin cloud continent is filled with people dying and dying. This is the territory of Ling Yun's sect. No matter how many people die, it has nothing to do with you and me. Yin Fan laughed bitterly when he heard that. What a vicious heart you have. It really is the methods of the demon sect. Are you not afraid that the righteous Tao sects will surround and kill us again after 8,000 years? What do I, Tsang Xingdao, have to fear? 8,000 years ago, you couldn't do anything to Tsang Xingdao. 8,000 years later, you can only return empty-handed. If the great senior were to learn of what happened today, he would definitely praise our sect. Shui Lingbo suddenly stood up, surrounded by flames. This person, my Tiwen sect, must have him. Zhongsho sat on one side of the chessboard, his face full of cold sweat. He only felt that the atmosphere was getting colder and colder. The wind and waves around were hidden, and the energy was surging. The battle intent and murderous intent on their bodies grew stronger and stronger. Chu Shui and Lien Fan could avoid it, but he was sitting between the two of them. It could be said that a slight move on one part would affect the whole situation. The slightest movement could lead to unexpected consequences. Using all his strength to barely hold on in this stormy, wave-like battle of intents, he thought to himself that this was like the fish in a moat being caught in a fire at the city gates. Who knew that he would become someone who was being snatched by others? Yin Fan kept silent for a moment. Although he didn't stand up, a deep sword intent surged out from his body. His expression was calm. Although I can't bear to see people die, but today, even if this 1,000-mile area turns to dust, I won't allow this kid to fall into the hands of Tsang Xingdao. He turned around and smiled warmly at Zhongsho. If the prince is impatient, you can leave first. It is best if you leave this place quickly. Once the fairy and I have a result, I will naturally come to find you. Zhongsho felt like he had been pardoned and knew that this place was dangerous. He didn't dare to stay any longer, bowing towards the two of them. He brought Chu Shui and Lien Fan and hurriedly left. Before he left, he didn't forget to stretch out his palms, his 10 fingers waving towards Yin Fan behind him. Lei Dong was furious. His heart hurt so much that it felt like it was dripping blood. He thought to himself, why did I invite Uncle over? In the end, not only did he have to pay 10 bottles of celestial wine, but he also lost that stone. It was a double loss. Thinking about the stone, Lei Dong couldn't help but stare furiously at the despicable woman opposite him. His eyes opened wide, sending out electric waves. Return that stone to me. Zhao Yanran was too lazy to bother, her gaze looking to the side. Lei Dong didn't give up, still staring, scoffing coldly. If you don't return it, then don't blame me for speaking out of turn. If that old witch finds out that you're the one who let me go, the one who led this old man here, do you know the consequences? Zhao Yanran's gaze sharpened, staring back at him. She also used her gaze to tell him, if you have the balls, why don't you try? Lei Dong's aura weakened. He was worried that this crazy woman would destroy the stone. Thinking about it carefully, he decided to temporarily bear with it and not lower himself to her level. Just as the two of them stared at one another in rage, the situation on the side of Yin Fan and Tai Yuan Fairy changed. Yin Fan suddenly smiled and retracted his killing intent. He sat down calmly. Fairy, are you so sure that this kid is the future godly emperor candidate of the cloud world, as mentioned in the prophecy of the 3 saints? The flames around Shui Lingbo suddenly dimmed, her expression still filled with coldness. Whether or not it is him, I don't know. I only know that in the future, even if he isn't a candidate, his achievements might not be below those of those geniuses. Indeed, great minds think alike. I think so too. However, this Zhongsho is only one person and can't be split into two. For this kid, do we really have to have another huge war involving the various sects? Seeing that Shui Lingbo's expression was cold, she wasn't moved at all. Yin Fan's gaze slowly turned solemn. Then why don't we make a bet? Let's decide who this kid belongs to. Shui Lingbo's brows furrowed with interest. That's what I want. What do you want to bet? When Zhongsho rode the lightning traveling spirit bone back to where he came from, he saw that the mist was still thick, but he was able to recognize the direction. Those Wind Rider foals were still there, and none of them had escaped. The two cloud-crossing carriages were still quietly parked there. However, Xianyuan Irin and Li Yunyang still hadn't returned, just as the three of them stepped onto the carriage. Then, he saw two graceful figures running towards him one after the other. Zhongsho didn't need to look and knew that it was Xianyuan Irin and Li Yunyang. When the two of them got close, Zhongsho looked carefully at Xianyuan Irin. Seeing that she was totally clean, it was obvious that she hadn't faced any danger. Only then did he relax. He smiled. "Did you find a senior who cast a fog spell?" Xianyuan Irin shook her head. She could feel the teasing intent in Zhongsho's words and stared over viciously. However, after exchanging glances, for some reason, her face flushed red and she looked away. When Li Yunyang heard that, her brows furrowed and she was a little annoyed. "We didn't find that senior and instead saw a piece of trash. How disgusting. However, that fellow probably isn't having a good time. He must be in so much pain that he wants to die." As she said the last few words, Li Yunyang couldn't help but smile, gloating. "However, the person who dug the hole is really vicious. 600 feet stone hole is okay, but he actually covered it with butter. Once you fall in, you definitely won't be able to climb out. It was most probably done by the person who cast the fog. Luckily, Little Miss was alert, otherwise you would have fallen in. Trash? 600 feet stone hole? Butter? What the heck?" Zhongsho was totally confused. After shaking his head slightly, he signaled Lian Fan to drive the carriage forward. Who knows, in the next moment, there might be a shocking battle. When the two strongest people below the celestial realm fought, once they went all out. Thousands of miles of land, tens of millions of lives, in just a breath, they could be turned to dust. Since Yan Fan had already warned them, naturally, it was best to leave this place as soon as possible. Li Yunyang was startled. Compared to the person in front of her, wasn't Zhongling like trash? Who would know that this Gantian mountain prince was a piece of trash who had no hope of cultivating? Actually, he could kill deceitful sword Rin Qianshou, mist sword Xie Jun, and rage sword Yin Tao in just a dozen breaths. The person who cut off the head of 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling? That out-of-body realm cultivation was real. Ain's soul could move freely even when the sun rose, making it hard for one to see what was real and what was fake. Or was he already at the night wandering realm? Speaking of which, even her little miss was kept in the dark. Li Yunyang couldn't help but look to her side. Who knows if Xianyuan Irin would blame her when she found out in the future. If she really blamed her, she would admit it. After all, only Shinshao sect had the mysterious, chill ancient pill. Who knows when the person she informed would send someone to find it. Not long after the two carriages left the foggy land, the two carriages left. In a giant stone hole not far away, Zhongling's face was green, her body covered in oil as she climbed out from the side with much difficulty. Just as she stabilized herself, her but tightened as she used her true qi. Instantly, tens of living creatures were forced out from behind her. Zhongling grabbed them with one hand, clenching her fist. Instantly blood and meat flew everywhere. His face, which was originally as handsome as jade, was now completely pale and emitting a murderous aura. "I swear I will take revenge for today. Xianyuan Irin and that Zhongsho. If it wasn't for Xianyuan Irin not saving him, he would have escaped. If it wasn't for him tracking Zhongsho, why would he be tortured like that? Naturally, there's also that damn powder. He didn't know the background of the person who summoned the fog and dug the hole, so he probably couldn't do anything to him. This was why he hated these two people to the bone. That Feng Shao also climbed out. His face was also extremely ugly. Her but tightened as she pulled out a loach from her ear. She walked up and said, "Young master, the fog here has dissipated. We should set off as soon as possible and chase up. If we are left behind, we won't be able to answer to young Master Zhongshu." Zhongling snorted, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. "What's there to chase? Since that person had a 7 Meridian Xuanwu ancestor protecting him in the dark, then why did he have to be so arrogant? Why would he need us to attack? Young master is wrong. It is because of that Xuanwu ancestor that we need to follow. Feng Zhao's expression was solemn. This person is heavily injured and is at his weakest. If young master Zhongshi wants to smoothly control Gantian Mountain, we have to get rid of him. Zongling's brows furrowed, and she was in deep thought. Just as her expression slowly relaxed, she heard a loud explosion tens of miles away. A bright light exploded out, and a large amount of smoke rose up. The wind was vast and strong, sweeping across the area. It broke all the trees in the surroundings. Zongling's heart skipped a beat, and without hesitation, he turned around and jumped back into the pit filled with snakes and eels. To be continued. Chapter 134. That rumbling sound was deafening even from tens of miles away. Tens of Wind Rider foals all cried out in shock. Without needing Lian Fan to rush them, they crazily galloped forwards. Zhongsho stuck his head out of the window, speechless at the scenes behind him. That Yin Fan and Shui Lingbo had both retracted their strength and had their own worries. However, just this strike alone was enough to make everything within a radius of tens of miles desolate. The cultivators of this era really didn't have anything to worry about. If it was 10,000 years later, no matter how noble one's identity was, if one dared to attack above the Cloud Continent, exceeding the strength of the Ascended Realm, the various sects and factions would work together to kill them. Even if they had grievances, they would have to settle it within the Cloud Ocean. He himself was a frequent guest of the Cloud Ocean battle. That Yin Fan's hundreds of years of martial path and spiritual cultivation accumulation is really extraordinary. However, due to the restrictions of the world's spirit energy, even with the help of shrines, he was unable to enter the celestial realm. After the spiritual energy wave, he instantly soared into the sky. However, that Shui Lingbo isn't weak either. It was said that when she was young, she obtained a desolate era martial Saint Golden Pellet that sealed her cultivation. Her true chi and soul power are the best in the world. 10 years later, she also rose up. If the two of them went all out, it would be tough to determine a victor. Shaking his head, Zhongsho kept his thoughts and retracted his head. He felt a little regretful. If the two of them couldn't win, his dream of joining a large sect and reading the ocean amounts of martial path books will be temporarily lost. Following which, he looked forward to the 10 bottles of celestial wine that Lei Dong promised. Top-grade celestial wine. Its effects could be compared to pills. The effects were quick, and the fire poison and poison were little. To a certain extent, it was even harder to obtain than those pills. Xianyuan Yiren and Li Yunyang were shocked. They didn't think too deeply about it, only thinking that there were top experts fighting here. They also didn't dare to stay here for long, Li Yunyang driving the Wind Rider foals to follow closely. The rest of the journey was uneventful, perhaps because she was verifying the chill spirit profound sense pill. Xianyuan Yiren once again hid in the carriage. It was rare to see her come out a few times in a day. Occasionally, they would leave in a hurry. Usually, they would rush back after 2 hours or half a day to catch up to the carriage. Who knew if they had gone to pick the ice bluegrass or snow stem seeds? He had seen Xianyuan Yiren's small chinquin bag before. There were countless herbs in it. All of them were categorized into different categories. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs below level 3. The ingredients needed for the chilling spirit profound sense pill were almost all complete. Only the ice bluegrass and the snow stem seed were missing. Zhongsho heaved a sigh of relief. At least for the time being, he didn't have to be interrogated by her about when they should get married. Chu Shui was still on top of the carriage, catching birds. After the battle with the spirit master that day, the girls seemed to have understood something and stopped complaining. Not only did they catch all kinds of birds and beasts, they even took the initiative to increase the number to 200. It was even more difficult when the carriage was moving at high speed. Chu Shui didn't complain anymore and didn't slack off. However, from day to night, the roof of the carriage was filled with chatter, bustling with noise. Luckily, with Zhongsho's heart realm, even in a bustling city, he was unaffected and calm. No matter how noisy it wouldn't affect his cultivation. Every day, he felt really happy. Chu Shui probably didn't notice it herself. However, every day, he could feel that Chu Shui's speed was crazily increasing. This process didn't happen all of a sudden, but under the effects of the 2 human pinnacle pills, she improved little by little each day, accumulating until she broke through the shackles. Pretty much silently, she crossed the threshold of the 9 meridians of the bodily chakra realm and stepped towards the peak of the bodily chakra realm. However, he still felt some regret in his heart. Chu Shui's martial path was getting stronger and stronger by the day. In terms of spiritual cultivation, she was falling behind. Although this bird-catching technique could increase Chu Shui's intuition and speed, in terms of strength, it didn't help at all. He could only think of a way after she settled down. However, looking at the situation, she probably didn't need the 3 months that he had predicted. At most, in a few days, she would be able to enter the Xiantian realm. This brat really did have the combat martial body. At this moment, Li Yunyang, who was on the horse at the back, had a different feeling. Before this, she was filled with disdain towards Chu Shui catching birds every day. However, after that day, she started to pay attention to it. Every time she saw Chu Shui's flying movements, she was shocked. Simple and efficient, and each time she attacked, it was extremely accurate. It was like she predicted that those birds wouldn't be able to escape from her control. Each action was extremely beautiful and tugging at one's heartstrings. It had a spiritual aura, like that of a goddess, but also like that of an elegant and nimble snowcat. A few days later, Li Yunyang had some comprehension. She knew that Chu Shui had unknowingly comprehended a spiritual, simple, and unrestrained martial rhythm that wasn't restricted by the martial path of the world. It was like in just a few days she had reached an extremely high level. It made her feel deep and indiscernible, and her entire body felt cold. All of a sudden, she wasn't sure what her chances of winning were against this little girl who was only at the peak of the bodily chakra realm. West of the Sudya mountain range was a desolate land filled with beasts. Only after they had traveled a few thousand miles did they finally see dense amounts of people, following which they traveled for over 10 days before they got close to the center of Donglin Cloud Continent. This place was filled with plains and rivers. It was supposed to be the most fertile and prosperous place. However, because it was a place where 4 battles took place, it was extremely desolate. The moment they entered this region, Li Yunyang's face slowly turned ugly. It wasn't because of Chu Shui's cultivation speed, but because beside the road, there were many people in tattered clothes. They were all yellow and emaciated, on the verge of collapsing. Their faces were ashen white like they were dead. The moment they saw the carriage speeding over, they crazily surrounded it. Luckily, these 2 carriages were traveling in the air. Lian Fan and Li Yunyang's driving skills were also really good, and they were able to easily avoid them. Xinyuan Iren spent every day in the carriage refining pills and didn't care about outside matters. In his last life, Zhongsho was basically a shut-in. At this moment, he was also going all out to perfect his world-shocking spiritual art. At least the entire set of energy cultivation techniques needed to be completed before he reached Xiantian. Apart from that, there was also the cultivation of soul power. Although his soul was pure, he could travel at night. He could even directly skip the night wandering realm and enter the return to sun realm. However, within his soul ocean, he still needed to form 3 true spiritual talismans. Martial cultivators were split into heaven, earth, and body. Martial warriors, martial masters, and mythic masters were body chakra realm experts. They could be split into strong and weak based on 1 meridian to 9 meridians. Xiantian masters, martial ancestors, and Xuanwu ancestors were earth chakra realm experts. At this realm, they could have a place in Donglin Cloud Continent. Above the 6 meridians of the earth chakra realm, one could be a hero. Ascended ancestors, grandmasters, and spiritual grandmasters were heaven meridians experts. Above the ascended realm, one couldn't participate in mortal battles. When one reached the 4 meridians of the heaven chakra realm, due to the weak spiritual energy in heaven and earth, most of the time one needed to hide in shrines and spiritual houses with dense spiritual energy to prevent their cultivation from decreasing and their lifespan from decreasing. People like Yin Fan and Taiyuan Fairy spent most of their time in secluded meditation and were hard to see. Spiritual cultivators and spiritual cultivators were different. Actually, before the out-of-body realm, there wasn't an accurate division of realms. Focusing, soul-observing, and spirit-nurturing were just the rough terms. Just like Zhong Shou, a few months ago, he couldn't accurately classify realms. Only after the out-of-body realm did one have an accurate way to judge realms, which was the formation of talismans. Within the soul ocean, any spirit master who didn't form 3 true spiritual talismans was at the out-of-body realm. Beyond that, one was a night wandering realm spirit master. Above 6 could be considered return to sun realm. Pretty much every true spiritual talisman formed could increase one's soul power by a large amount, allowing one to grasp more techniques. After 9, one could be considered the peak of the return to sun realm. After 9, one could still form more. There was no limit to the number, all of which could increase one's soul power. However, only after breaking through to the day wandering realm could one have a qualitative breakthrough. Day wandering, body shaping, and true image realms could also use 3, 6, and 9 to determine one's strength. However, at this time, it was God talisman spiritual seeds. As for the immortal martial god masters, they were more or less the same. This was why even if Zhong Shou's soul was pure and his soul power was strong, it was several times stronger than that of an aperture realm spirit master. As long as the 3 true spiritual talismans in his soul ocean weren't fully formed, he couldn't be considered night wandering realm. Today, he had deduced the world-shocking spiritual art of his 8th meridian and was close to perfection. Zhong Shou couldn't help but feel delighted. Chu Shui suddenly hung upside down on the roof of the carriage, her head hanging beside the window. Her eyes shone like stars. Her eyes were wet like a newborn deer. Just as Zhong Shou thought that she wanted to slack off, Chu Shui stuttered, "Young master, can you lend me some money?" Zhong Shou was stunned. "Borrow money? Why do you want to borrow money for?" He asked curiously, "Didn't you pick up a lot in Xiaoyuan City? Why do you need to borrow money from me?" Chu Shui immediately rubbed her fingers together and smiled awkwardly. "That money was all dropped by other people, and I couldn't find anyone to return it to, so I gave it to the beggars in Xiaoyuan City. They are so pitiful. Some of it was given to the medical hall. I only have a little left." Zhong Shaxin was enlightened. No wonder that day when he was fixing the carriage, Chu Shui was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he had an idea. Zhong Shou went through the window and arrived at the roof of the carriage. Looking around, he saw countless figures with disheveled faces. They were either in groups of 3 or 5, or in swarms. They followed the winding dirt road here, weakly heading towards the west. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, his eyes revealing a serious expression. "Lien Fan, do you know what is going on?" Looking at the withered trees and dried-up land, it seemed like it was in the middle of a drought. However, he remembered that a few hundred years before and after the spiritual wave, the growth of trees and plants was especially crazy. Even in the desert, if one took care of it well, one could grow a flower. Food was not a problem. Even if it was a drought, it wouldn't starve people to the point of leaving their homes. When Lien Fan heard this, he frowned. He helplessly restrained the Windrider foal and stopped the carriage. Chapter 135. Slightly hesitating, Lien Fan hesitantly opened his mouth. "I have heard about this matter when I was in Cloud Saint's City. Has young master heard about Lianhai City and Fenghua City?" Zhong Shou thought about it carefully. The other Zhong Shou was a person who didn't know about the world, and in his 13 years of memories, he definitely didn't have such information. What he could rely on was the huge amount of books he had read in his last life. Only after a short while did he finally find the information. They were all average-sized cities, a few grades lower than Cloud Saint City. However, they each ruled close to 1,000 miles of land. Each had a population of 5 million, and could be considered country. Although they had a large population, they were different from the monster race. Everyone in the monster race practiced martial arts, relying on their talents, and pretty much all had decent skills. Gantia Mountain had 4 million people under them. Apart from the women, the elderly, and the young, at least 1 million could wear armor, amongst which there were 1 million grade 3 martial artists, 100,000 martial masters, and 3,000 mythic masters. Apart from that, there were many subordinate cities, and they could casually gather millions of troops. This was why when they were at their peak, they could control 7 provinces. Even if their strength had shrunk, they still controlled 4 provinces, and their territory was stable. They were truly the top power in the west of Donglin Cloud Continent. Based on Zhong Shou's own guesses, the reason why Zhong Weiren wasn't able to unify Donglin was because he was obstructed by the sects of Cloud Continent and could only hide in a corner. Cities like Lianhai City and Fenghua City, although they had 5 million people, less than 200,000 could be pulled on a battlefield. Less than 3% of the elites could be compared to the Gantian Mountain monster race soldiers. At most, there were 100 mythic masters. However, amongst the human race cities, this strength was considered not bad. However, in his memory, these 2 cities had already collapsed when the spirit tide had appeared. Lian Fan opened his mouth and didn't worry anymore. Cloud Saint City's news is really fast, which is why I heard of some things. Lianhai City and Fenghua City were fighting over a spirit stone mine. They had been fighting nonstop and had already fought more than 10 battles. I heard that the surrounding cities have also interfered, sending troops and generals. 2 months ago, both sides used close to 500,000 troops. This was most likely the reason why these disaster victims were fleeing. Wherever the army passed, not even a blade of grass would survive. It was already a drought. So even if there were any food reserves, they would be completely wiped out. I heard that 100,000 people have starved to death. Zhong Shou raised his eyebrows as his heart stirred. Spirit stones? This was something even rarer than beast crystals. At the same time, it could be used to create talisman weapons and spirit weapons, to refine pills, to cast spells, or to replenish vital energy. Similarly, it could be absorbed directly to raise one's cultivation. However, because it was purer and had fewer hidden dangers, it was viewed as a treasure by all high-level martial cultivators and spirit masters. However, due to the scarcity of spirit stones, even the Holy Lands and Spiritual Mansion sects coveted them. This battle of nearly 1 million people was mostly supported by these sects and forces in order to fight for this spirit stone mine. It was just that the people who lived here often suffered. He had forgotten that this was a chaotic era where the strong preyed on the weak. It was a chaotic era where people were eaten without spitting out their bones. His expression was indifferent as he glanced at the people in dirty clothes on the streets. Their eyes were soulless and filled with despair. Most of them brought their kids and were shaking like they were about to fall down at any moment. When these people saw the 2 carriages, they seemed to see some hope. However, when they saw the carriage and the wildebeests floating in the air 40 feet above the ground, they continued forward in disappointment. Zhong Shou thought about it seriously before taking out a bag from his body. He took out a portion and casually tossed it to Lian Fan. Help me pass these few hundred beast crystals to the 2 city lords. I don't care how they use it, but at least give these people a way out. In a place of calamity, grain would definitely be extremely expensive. Although the few hundred grade 3 beast crystals in his bag was a huge fortune, it was still not enough. However, along with the few grade 5 and tens of grade 4 beast crystals that Cloud Saint City, Lord Su Jingyuan gave him, it was barely enough. Unfortunately, this place was secluded and probably didn't have a branch of the Sanlu Bank. He had a huge fortune, but he was unable to use it. In Donglin Cloud Continent, 50 silver was enough for a commoner to use for a month. One grade 4 beast crystal was equivalent to 100 grade 3 beast crystals worth 100,000 silver. This was why when Zhong Shou shouted out 10,000 grade 3 beast crystals in Cloud Saint City, Zhongling scolded him for being a wastrel. In this era, there were simply too few beast crystals. The ratio of beast crystals obtained from hunting beasts was less than 1 in 10. Moreover, there were many cultivators who needed these crystals. This was why the essence stones were sold at such a high price. Calculating carefully, there was only one Xiantian in 1,000,000 people in the cloud world. A Xiantian expert would go through hardships and go all out to hunt, not caring about cultivation. After a year of hard work, he could only obtain less than 10 grade 4 beast crystals. Naturally, one could imagine its value. In that bag, there were a total of 60 grade 4 beast crystals. Even when grain prices were exploding, it was more than enough to feed 1,000,000 people for a year. Zhong Shou also predicted that the city lords of Lianhai City and Fenghua City wouldn't use it to help the calamity. Most of the beast crystals would be stolen. However, as long as the two of them weren't willing to let all their people die, they would leak some out. Just a little would be enough for these people to live. When Lian Fan took the bag, he was startled. He didn't understand and looked at Zhong Shou in disbelief. Following which, he didn't say a word, immediately riding a wind rider foal and swiftly leaving. At this moment, Li Yunyang chased up with the carriage and stopped at the side. When he heard this, he subconsciously sneered. "I didn't expect your highness to be so kind. However, your beast crystals were accumulated by millions of people in Gantia Mountain. These people aren't your people and aren't of the monster race. You used them to do good, but did you consider the well-being of the millions of monster race people in Gantia Mountain?" When Chu Shui heard that, she was instantly furious. They're about to starve to death. Are we just going to ignore them? Li Yunyang, do you have a conscience? Li Yunyang burst out laughing, filled with disdain. These people lost their homes because their city lords are useless. You're the prince of Gantian Mountain, so you shouldn't care about them and let them live or die. It is better for useless people to die, so that we don't waste food. The Cloud Continent has been fighting for many years, and numerous people have died. Can the prince manage them all with just one person's strength? Even if we send those beast crystals over, most of them will be stolen. Why not buy the grain and distribute it yourself? When Chu Shui heard that, she was furious. However, toward the end, she was tempted and felt that it made sense. She turned around and asked for help. Zhong Shou found it amusing, expressionlessly sweeping Li Yunyang, but he didn't say anything. In the end, she was just a woman. If he really bought the grain, in the eyes of those two dumb city lords, it would be like buying people's hearts. What would they be planning? Even the secluded sects hiding behind the two of them would be on their guard. Most importantly, he didn't have the time or the leisure to do so at this moment. He wouldn't be so dumb to sacrifice his own life for others. However, Li Yunyang's words were right and made a lot of sense. However, Zhong Shou's soul came from 10,000 years in the future. How could that peaceful world not be affected at all? In his last life, he had killed many people. Cultivating the Styx River Death sword made him look down on life and death. He didn't care about human life, be it his own or others. This was why he was always wary. If a person didn't have any compassion, how different would he be from a crazy beast? In his memory, the wealth that Zhong Weiran left him didn't have much to do with Gantian Mountain's income. Even Yin Yang said the same thing, which was why he could naturally spend the money as he wished. When Zhong Shou did things, he had his own bottom line and followed his heart. Why would he need others to interfere? However, everyone had their own thoughts and views. He wasn't willing to comment on whether Li Yunyang's words were right or wrong. He also didn't think that he was wrong. Patting Chu Shui's head, Zhong Shou looked expressionlessly into the distance, suddenly laughing, "Dumb brat. Why don't I care about the lives and deaths of these people? They aren't my people now, but they will be in the future. When your young master is in a good mood, he can take down Donglin Cloud Continent and be the overlord. He can also chase Ling Yun sect away and let them eat the northwest wind. Li Yunyang was glanced at by him and was shocked. She suddenly realized that the half-monster teen in front of her wasn't someone she could casually mock. When she heard Zhongshu's words, she was silent. She didn't have any intention to mock him. Instead, she felt an indescribable heroic spirit that made one admire him. Thinking to herself that if this kid grew up, it wouldn't be impossible for him to unify Donglin Cloud Continent. Chasing Ling Yun's sect out of Donglin Cloud Continent was a little exaggerated, but there was a 90% chance of him becoming the overlord of a continent. To be able to kill 100,000 blood killers at the age of 13, he naturally had the ability to look down on the heroes of the world. Zhongshu laughed for a while, before he felt the wind on the roof of the carriage turn cold. Being alone, his laughter was a little boring, just as he was about to turn around and return to the carriage. Suddenly, he felt Xianyuan Iren's beautiful eyes looking over. Her starry eyes shone brightly, revealing traces of joy and praise. Zhongshu's brows instantly furrowed as he sighed. He only felt that his body had no strength. The heroic spirit that rose up from before had all disappeared. Listlessly, he returned to the carriage once more. Then his mind was filled with the matter of mind stones and beast crystals. He had nearly forgotten about the many grade 4 beast crystals he had in the Sanlu Bank these few days. Only at this moment, when he heard about the Mind Stone mine, did he feel the urgency. In just a few short years, there would be hundreds of large and small Mind Stone mines in Donglin Cloud Continent that would appear in the world. And when the spiritual wave rises, this number would increase by several times. The large amount of Mind Stones produced was one of the reasons why the price of beast crystals swiftly fell. Thinking about the hundreds of thousands of people risking their lives for a small Mind Stone mine with numerous casualties, it was really amusing. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.